Hi, good morning, everybody. Hi, Krista. How are you doing?
Good.
All right, ready for a full day of meetings. We've got a commercial energy code tag right now from 8:30 to 1, and then we've got an MVPE committee after this, I think. All right, well, welcome to the March 14th edition of this. It's Pi Day, and you are all in here. Thank you for being here. Yet again, we have a lot of proposals today to cover. Some people are out, so we'll have to skip over some proposals, but hopefully we can get through these. We've covered so far about 23% of the proposals in the 4 meetings we've had. That would imply that we need to get through 16 meetings to do this, but hopefully we've covered some of the big stuff. So please be respectful of each other's time and make brief and pithy comments. And we can make motions on things early to begin discussion on them as well. So let's not dally today. All right, let's take a roll call and see who's here.
Chell Anderson.
I am here.
Margaret Montgomery.
I'm here.
Marty Brennan. Kim Barker.
I'm here. I will need to step away from 11 to 11:45.
Todd Blevins. Dwayne Johnlin. Dwayne, are you there?
Sorry, yes.
Eric Bedell. Nick Massey.
I think Eric said he was out today, and I think Nick
This is Nick Massey. I'm stepping up to the role. I will be stepping out for a while as mid-morning also.
Sean Vig. Kevin Roberts. Kevin,
Here.
are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you.
Sorry, mute button.
Greg Johnson.
Present.
Nathan Miller.
Present.
Prem Kumar Siddharth. Irina Resputness.
Here.
Kevin Duell.
Here.
Ian Casey.
Here.
Poppy Storm.
I'm here, but I will be stepping out between 9 and 10, and my alternate, Shalise Desai, will be voting in my place during that time.
Okay. Shalish Desai.
Present.
Larry Anders.
Present.
Eric Olnon. And Lisa Rosenau is out today. Rick Blumenthal. Are you there, Rick? Irina Sesarova. Andy Burnham.
Yeah, present. Irina did let me know that she was going to be out for the first hour to hour and a half. So I'll be voting in her place until she joins.
Thank you. Sloan Ritchie.
Yep.
Brett Conway. Luke Howard.
Present.
Marcus Verta.
Here.
Kevin Charup.
Here.
Alessandra De La Torre.
Present.
and Deepa Savarajan. Okay, we do have a quorum.
All right, thanks, Krista. And some people might have shown up later. So if you feel you're the primary and you didn't get called because you showed up late, you can still vote. Just mention when a vote comes that you're here. Okay. All right. Approving agenda. Does anybody want to move to approve the agenda? Go ahead, Greg.
Well, wondering if it might make sense to move C410 up and do that one, or C405 up, do that first. Just because when I was looking through C404, a lot of the proposals were pertaining to sections that Johnny's 271 are already struck. And so it might be more efficient to deal with lighting or something today and then get a chance to see if we can collaborate with Johnny. And I don't think we're going to make through the whole agenda.
Yeah, so we have 404, 405, and 410 today. And so you're suggesting that we consider 405 before 404?
I was suggesting we move 404 to the end, and that way we could maybe get through as much as we can. If we get through we can start addressing 404, but I would assume, I mean, considering that Johnny's that was already adopted struck sections that are being modified, it'd be nice to coordinate.
Yeah, okay. I think that is that a motion to?
I will, but Dwayne has his hand up, so I'd like to hear what he has to say first.
Yep. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Thanks, Greg. One thing is that the council is a bit unpredictable on big issues, and we don't know for sure that they will go ahead and approve Johnny's reorganization. And the other is that as far as jumping a bunch of things earlier, I'm always a little nervous about that, because people who were thinking, oh, it's going to take them 2 hours to get through the C404, so I don't have to tune in yet. I mean, I'm worried that there are people who just missed their issues because they were hours earlier in the agenda than expected.
Is there anyone on C405 that doesn't, who's not here? That'd be P&L and you, I think, are the ones who are.
Yep. C405 is, and I think, I don't know who's covering PNNLs today. I don't know if they're here or if somebody else is covering them today. My thought in putting together the agenda like this is that C404 contains a bunch of things that are part of or relevant to the 2021 C401.3, as well as have impact on C406 credits, and was probably more substantive. So we're more likely to get into challenging things in there. And I'd rather get to the challenging things early. So if a work group needs to form, it happens today rather than at the next meeting. I felt C404 contained more jungle-like issues than C405, which is why I put it first.
I agree with you. You're correct. I was just hoping not to postpone a bunch. Wanted to get through as much as we could.
Well, Greg, what if we get bogged down in any of these, in particular in C404, and it looks like it's going to be a long slog, somebody could move to postpone.
Okay, if that's what the desire is, I'm happy with whatever.
Yeah, I think if we get into too much detail, we're going to just form a work group or ask the proponent to come back with modifications if people are unhappy with or think it's not finalized. So I'd rather get to the big issues early, so that if a work group forms, it has 3 weeks before we have to bring it back. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda or modify it?
I also wanted to note that there are not minutes available for February 28th yet. So that would need to come off the agenda.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of number 3?
So moved.
Yeah.
Thank you, Margaret.
This is Kevin.
Okay, and we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the agenda? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Say no. Okay, we have an agenda. I also wanted to, reiterate what I said, which is if I hear 2 or more dissenting voices, I'm going to call for a roll call vote. You all have heard that before, but I just wanted to reiterate that. Okay, so we are off to 175 Johnland. So Dwayne, you have the floor.
Yeah, this one does 2 things for process equipment, which there's an exemption typically for processes because we don't get into those, but it says it adds to the things that they do have to do is pipe insulation, C404.6. It exempts them from a lot of other parts of the water heating things, but I would suggest that they get pipes insulated in any case. And then to settle a long running set of questions that have come in here, we wanted to say, yes, laboratory sinks would be considered process equipment for this exception. They have a lot of good reasons to be exempted there. That's it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Anyone have thoughts on this? Shailesh.
I'm okay with this exception. However, there is a word called amenities in this section. And is it a defined word or it is understood, or because that can include so many other things?
Well, I'm not getting into that word because it's part of the original code language and wasn't nobody has proposed to change it, so I didn't want to get into the existing language that we're not touching.
Okay, that's fine. But this word amenities may create more explanation down the road. I don't know.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks.
And hi, Shailesh, it's been a while.
I just got back.
C404.6, or adding C404.6 to the exemption from the exemption.
Yes.
And I'm just looking up C404.6 right now, and what does that do? That looks like that is regarding insulation of piping. Okay,
yep.
That makes sense. Okay, Larry, go for it.
Dwayne, what about other sinks that are out there that aren't in laboratories, like in the mills that we're working in and those kind of things? I mean, a lot of times they have all kinds of piping behind them that has regulators and flow controls and all those kind of things. I mean, would that exemption apply to them too? That's what I'm thinking about, because we usually insulate to the appliance, and then from the appliance through all the rigmarole and the water meters and everything that they have, we usually don't insulate that, because you'd have to insulate it, then you'd have to cover it with something, because and the other thing you got to consider about is bugs in these kind of plants, how they going to get in there and seal them up and everything. So
Larry, question for you. So into the exception, it says energy using equipment used by a manufacturing, industrial, or commercial process. Would that?
Does that cover us? That's what I'm asking, Dwayne.
Okay.
Well, I would say that there's a difference between a sink that's being used as part of the process and a sink that's there for hand washing for the workers. But in this case, I don't even try to get in. That sounds like an entirely different issue that I haven't considered. Here in Seattle, of course, we don't have a lot of mills, but we do have a lot of labs, and lab sinks have come up as something that, because of the way that laboratory piping is designed, they just really needed to be considered part of that process stuff. But so this only does two things, and it doesn't get into the issue that you're raising, Larry, at all, and doesn't attempt to.
Okay. So where it says manufacturing and industrial and processing, like Shell said, I'm thinking that exception would apply. I was just trying to get your opinion on it to see if you think that would apply. That's
Yeah. If it's part of the process, because we don't understand how paper mills work or how oil refineries work or anything in this committee, so we don't try to deal with that.
Thank you.
So Dwayne, then in that case, this specific modification, lab sinks, can we include in commercial processes? The word should include that. We don't have to specifically talk about and create this kind of confusion.
Well, in this case, I'm trying to resolve the confusion just by saying, for this exception, only a lab sink is process equipment.
Okay.
All right, further discussion on this one. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept it.
I'll
Thanks,
second
Larry.
that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this. All in favor say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed say no. Motion passes. We are off to the next one, which is 277, Johnlin.
Okay, and I think this might be getting into some of the stuff that Johnny's proposal would negate, but nonetheless, in case that doesn't happen, we have a number of things that we're proposing here based on engineer feedback at the city. One is that rather than exempting ground source heat pumps from this system type thing, we're putting it into the requirement. There are in exceptions, really 2, 3, 4. We're just trying to clarify those systems, what is being accepted, and same as 7. We're just saying exactly what it is that's exempted about essential facilities. And then finally, we add a few more. These are exemptions that were requested by local engineers. The 8 is instantaneous water heaters that are very close to the fixtures that they serve. The 9 is that just for R&I, so hotel, multifamily, and institutions, they can use, say for other than those hotel, multifamily, and institutions, like in a restaurant or an office building or something, if your conditioned space is heated with a heat pump primary or waste heat of some kind, then you can just use a unitary system that pulls heat out of the local air. That's actually worked out really well in kitchens where they have heat they're trying to get rid of anyway. And the last one there is number 10 is standby equipment that's set up so that it doesn't run simultaneously with the other equipment. It's just there as an emergency backup if the other fails.
Okay, so one way to handle this, the way I'm suggesting we handle this is, so far the tag has approved 279 Johnny, and it has tabled 183 Heikkinen. These are the proposals that affect section C401.3. Tabled 183 Heikkinen and 279, the other 279. And so right now we haven't approved anything that maintains the fossil fuel path. There are new rules in the law now that say that if we disapprove this in the tag, the council cannot bring it back. So if somehow this tag decided to maintain the fossil fuel path, we would probably want a proposal like this. But right now we haven't approved anything, or it seems like the will of the tag is to remove the fossil fuel path and do 279 Johnny, but there are other options out there. So how I'd like to handle this is if we, I guess, at the end of this whole tag process in, let's say, 6 weeks or something like that, we will have a package or multiple packages for the council. If we disapprove this today, we could, as the tag, still bring this back later, but the council could not bring it back later. So when we package this up at the end, if we needed this for some reason, we, as a tag, could still bring it back. I wanted everybody to be clear on that.
Well, then, I'm not sure what the relationship between this and the fossil fuel path you're bringing up is, but could if someone makes a motion, could it be stated as in case the amendment that Johnny proposed is not included, then we will then we approve this? Can it be conditional?
I think that's a reasonable request. I think we could also, if we wanted to do that, we could also disapprove it and then bring it back later. Or we could postpone it until such time, which might have been Greg's intention, postpone it until kind of the very end and bring it back if we need to. I think those are all options.
If we postpone it, then we'll end up having to talk about it again.
Yeah, and if a majority of the tag is satisfied with the path when we talk about it again, then we could disapprove it at that time or approve it or something like that. So there's a bunch of ways to handle this, but it is, it might be necessary under certain circumstances, as you're saying, Dwayne. Okay, we'll take a few minutes of discussion on this, how to deal with it, what to do with it, and then we can move on. Greg.
So first off is I don't think there's anyone really wants to keep the fossil fuel path. I mean, and I might be going out on a limb to assume what people say, but if you look at all the proposals, there's a bunch of them to actually get rid of the fossil fuel path, and we've already started on that path. And so, but with that said, so Johnny's proposal did strike this entire thing. However, I think there's some value in retaining the exceptions and defining it. And so, I mean, that's one of the things that I think we should work to. So I think there's value in the exceptions, and especially a lot of stuff you brought up, Dwayne. I think there's a lot of value because that's kind of like a little gaping hole that still needs to be dealt with Johnny's proposal, is how do you deal with those exceptions since he struck them? So going on to the meat of what you have. So, I mean, first off, I would suggest the approach would be we would look at keeping the exceptions and then merging these into Johnny's proposal and then changing the language in the first section, the C404.2.1, where it talks about that, changing the verbiage there to match so it's congruent with Johnny's. But of the exceptions,
Krista, could you bring up Johnny's proposal, or just so that everybody sees what's stricken from it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
4.2.1. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, and then I was just going to suggest some friendly amendments for the exceptions, assuming that we keep the exceptions.
Go ahead.
So number one, it should say electric resistive or fossil fuel. which you did that elsewhere, but it's just there's another instance of it right there.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then number 3, I don't know if the web address is necessary. Especially,
That's a good point. I think I looked it up and it's already in chapter 6, so we could strike that.
yeah. And then number 5, and let me know if I'm going too fast for you, Krista.
Nope.
Pause for. And then number 5, also I think we need or fossil fuel there on the electric.
Are there fossil fuel booster heaters for that kind of equipment?
Yes, there are. Yes, there
Okay.
are.
Yeah,
95% efficient, actually.
that's fine.
And then on number 9, I guess I'll skip number 9 for the moment and go back to it. I hit number 10. So the verbiage on this, I thought we were missing something because it's not just when it's not available, but also it's when it doesn't have the capacity to serve the load.
No, that's not right. Standby equipment is defined as.
True, standby. But I mean, in the service water heating, we do have, and so maybe we need to capture this elsewhere, is when it can't handle the load, because we have that as part of the other part of C404 where.
No, that's an entirely different issue that should be handled separately.
Okay, handled separately.
But also there, I'm noting it should say electric resistance or fossil fuel, right? At the end.
Yeah, electric resistance or fossil fuel, yeah.
And then you had something on 9?
Yeah, so 9, I'm still struggling a little bit with this on, I mean, I get the intent, so we don't want to extract heat out of the main area when they're, you know what I mean? But I wonder if if 9, if it's worth keeping, or if that's fully congruent with I mean, I don't know. I'm wondering if we should just force them just to pull outside air for the heat pump water heaters, regardless.
Well, it's actually quite an efficient system to use an air source space heating heat pump to warm air up from winter temperatures to 70, and then use an interior one to move that heat into the water. It's quite an effective, maybe even more effective than most systems. So, but it doesn't work in small spaces, which is why the Group R and Group I things were not part of this. But it has been a request on a number of occasions to clarify that this would be okay if you're already heating with a heat pump, or if you have waste heat available, then this is a really smart solution and it should be allowable.
Yeah, I mean, we can come back to and let other people talk about it. My only struggle was to say, to limit the space heating system types, you can only do it on certain ones.
Yeah, I couldn't just, well, anyway, this was what would satisfy a request that we've heard from design teams.
Okay, well, I'll let others go for their feedback.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something I said earlier, which is all of the proposals that have been approved or tabled about this section have stricken it. And this is the Johnny 279, which strikes it and all the exceptions. And Greg, you brought up we need the exceptions for some reason, and can you clarify that reason?
Well, there's still work to be done on the service water heating section of the equations with Johnny that we need to kind of address. And I was thinking that we could maybe do something similar to what we did on the space heating a little bit with the exceptions. And so that's where we really need Johnny and we really need a work group to collaborate on, going through and seeing if we need to pull back some of this language. Not changing his intent or what he's doing, but pull it back so we don't lose. Because exceptions are often used for when the intent that we select on the space heating was we're trying to use exceptions for not including in the equation calculations. So if
Exactly.
something's accepted, then you don't want to be like, well, shoot, now I still have to include it in the equation, but it was accepted.
Yep. Okay. Well, make sure that we get to, if any work group needs to form, that before the end of the day, or maybe even before the end of considering this. Larry, go for it.
Yeah, I want to change number 8 on the amount of feet. And I want to change that to 15 feet. And here's the reason why. The water travels at 4 feet a second, okay? And the majority of like the buildings that I lease over here, they have a handicap bathroom, okay? And in the handicap bathroom, you usually have an electric water heater, or you could now have a heat pump water heater. And so you have that in one corner of the space. And then you have your toilet and your lavatory, and then you have your door that goes in. So you go in your door, and to the right is the water heater. And then across from the door and the water heater is the toilet and the lavatory. And then just to the left of the lavatory is a wall. And on the other side of that wall, they put a laundry tray. And if we went to 15 feet, and it only takes about 3 seconds for that water to get warm, I think that's more than reasonable, because there's zillions of these bathrooms set up like this, and it makes sense, and they're built all out of 2x4s normally, and so I think that's more than adequate. I mean, that's what we have at our place, and you turn the faucet on, and in 3 seconds you got warm water, and I think that's adequate. Okay. I'm hoping that will go through. Thank you.
I would
Because
not.
otherwise you need to put a recirculating pump in, and you put a recirculating pump in, then you're going to have another bunch of cost. And then I don't think that's right. Thank you.
Dwayne, did you have a response?
I would not consider that a friendly amendment. 8 feet is fine for this little exception.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Mike. Mike Kennedy, you're up.
Hello.
Hi,
Good
Mike.
morning. I had a question, I guess, Dwayne, about the new added exceptions, mainly how they interact or why they're needed in the first place. Like standby, I don't like adding a term into the code. We've gone to great lengths adding supplemental water heating and a section on supplemental water heating. And I'm not exactly sure why the current supplemental water heating section doesn't, everything you say in exception 10 seems like it's covered by this current supplemental section.
Oh, I could quickly answer that. There's we have institutional uses where like for jail or clinic uses where they have to have by regulation they have to have backup equipment. They can't ever be down, and so this I try to pin down what standby means in that exception, but equipment that's just there standing by and only comes on when the other equipment is down, that's different from supplemental heating.
It's redundant.
Yes, it's redundant. Thank you.
I guess I understand that. I still don't see why the current supplemental section doesn't cover it.
Yeah, supplemental can run simultaneously.
I mean, part of the problem here is the way this is set up. I worry about now the standby becomes capacity that gets counted towards the primary heat, because we're now including it as this qualifies as a heat pump system, I believe. the way the equations work. So I worry about the way it fits with the equations, Dwayne. Likewise, on exception 9, I don't see anything in the code that excludes this, except possibly the sizing. And I think you could add one word to the sizing section, the exception for unconditioned space, and add one word there, and it would just take care of this. And not add a bunch of language.
Thanks.
Mike, what section was that you were saying?
The exception in 404.2.1.1, and it the last bit of that says, or other ventilated or unconditioned space. And actually, I think it actually covers this case. I don't think you have to add a word. I mean, it says other ventilated space, then that would be any space that is covered by the new exception that Dwayne wants to add. But basically, there's nothing that limits you from putting a heat pump in conditioned space, unless it's unventilated. Because the only thing that was limiting it is the main sizing here, which required it to operate at 24F.
Well, I prefer to leave this because it does clarify that it is okay in, and like like Chell has mentioned before, this might all go away the next time the breeze blows, but I want to be clear that if the space is already heated by heat pump, that you can pull some of that heat out into your hot water.
But the current code, you can pull it out whether it's heated by heat pumps or not.
Well, there was debate about that, and I kind of don't want to. Yeah,
it's not unclear.
Okay.
Anyway, okay.
Thanks, Mike. Margaret.
Yeah, I don't know quite how to deal with this, but if you look at exception 6, we passed the change from district energy to thermal energy networks, and this has got that old language in it.
Yeah, since it's unmodified in the proposal, this would basically, this proposal is not changing number 6.
No, I know. So
if we change number 6 with a different proposal, it would change it here.
And just a quick comment, Margaret, that's addressed in a separate proposal.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks, Margaret. Larry.
Their proposal here. Single bathrooms with one water heater and one adjacent sink go to 15 feet. I can't justify the cost for a recirculating pump, 2 lines going back to the water heater, and then an electrician come out to do that. You're talking a $1,800 bill minimum. You'll never in our lifetimes or anybody's lifetimes get that money back or the energy, because when you're running a pump, you got energy there. You can't justify that. In a single bathroom, one lavatory and one sink on the other side of the wall at 15 feet. I really think that that's justified. And if you look at the energy use here, it's ridiculous, because you're going to be having to require these people to put a circulating pump on. And that's just not right in that short a distance for one bathroom and one sink. I would ask that he would take that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Shel. I'm wondering about in exception number 9, last sentence, there's the phrase sufficient magnitude and consistency. I wonder how you adjudicate that. Is that, how do you even indicate that that's true for the code official to decide?
Yeah, and that we had to have that in there just to make it clear that if you're talking about waste heat, it has to be something that's coming all the time. So waste heat coming from data center operations is consistent, and you could estimate how much is available and ensure that it's enough to run. But there are other kinds of waste heat that are just periodic that that come and go, and those would not qualify. We just had to pin something down. So in these cases, it's been up to the design teams. This is language, by the way, that's already been in our code for a while. Design teams can come in and show us where their waste heat is. That's the source. We've had one, I think, that came in that's refrigeration. The heat coming off refrigeration equipment was very consistent and was easily enough to run that water heating.
So when you say it's been in our code, you mean Seattle code?
Yeah, sorry.
And maybe this is just too fine a point, but are there numbers that could be applied to this, like that are consistently available during periods of hot water demand, meeting 100% of heat demand, or something like that? Or is that just getting too in the weeds?
Yeah, I at the time we were developing this language, didn't have anything to base that on, and it would get really involved. So somebody just has to come in and show us where the waste heat comes from and that it's enough.
I gotcha. I'm wondering if something like approved internal heat sources or something like that, just to put a little regulatory teeth in it. Approved in the italicized sense, yeah.
So you're thinking of the second line from the bottom, between other and internal, you'd say other approved internal heat sources?
Yeah.
I'd buy that. That's a good one.
Cool.
And approved would go in there italicized.
Yep.
Thanks. Yep, that's what Krista did. Thanks, Kevin. Shailesh.
Yes, exception 1 has a word called building area.
We're not I guess we're not.
Well,
we're discussing exception 1 a little bit, but go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to clarify building area or heated area or something like that, that would be more
Oh,
clear.
condition area maybe or something?
Yeah, condition
floor area.
Floor area, yeah.
That would be fine if people don't mind us amending something that wasn't originally amended.
It's just a clarifying. It's a clarifying more.
Yeah, so condition floor area, that's good.
Number 5 is just like everywhere else, we said electric resistance booster heater. So,
right. So I think we already changed that. Electric booster.
No,
yeah.
We need to add word resistance. Right there, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like everywhere else, yeah. Okay, thanks. Minor thing.
Thanks. Greg.
Yeah, would it be so? Eric Vandermeer's proposal, which is the next one we're going to look at, he has essentially has another verbiage, which is the same as 9, but it's just would it be worthwhile to copy in Eric Vandermeer's verbiage so we can look at those side by side?
I would suggest that we dispense with this one right now because we've spent a long time on it, and then look at Eric's next and see if we override some of this.
Well, I'm just suggesting not look at all of it. Just copy out the one specific paragraph he has, which is the same as yours on number 9.
Well, why don't we? What do you want to suggest? What is different?
Well, I mean, it says the same thing, but in less words, and so that might be a better rendition to look at.
Like I said, I think it's better to just deal with this and then look at Eric's and see if we can improve upon it with Eric's.
And that's a perfectly fine thing to do. Is we can if we approve this or did something else with it, we could then later modify it with another proposal.
I should mention that Mike Kennedy emailed me earlier today and said, "Are we going to spend a lot of time on stuff that might just go? That's probably just going to go away." And I was hoping this wouldn't be such a long discussion.
Yep, it's not gonna be much longer, I hope. These exceptions do, I guess I wanted to ask Greg and any others, I don't know if Johnny's on the call as well, but do these exceptions, these are stricken from the 279 Johnny, but how might they be useful in, if 279 is the one that's approved, the main modification that's approved, how are these exceptions useful?
Well, 279 created a gap on service water heating in that it doesn't, when he struck it, it basically means right now, as it stands, all the exceptions we had would now start getting counted in the equations. And so there's a little problem there that we've got to deal with. And so that's where I was suggesting bringing back the exceptions and then defining, saying, well, exceptions aren't going to get counted in the equation.
The equations don't reference C40 4.2.1 in 279, Johnny. I want to understand your concern.
So if you look at what we did for, so there's work to be done. And so, I mean, this is a discussion that really requires Johnny and, you know, I mean, we've kind of really got to dive in to make the improvement. But if you look at his, I'd suggested some language, just a sentence on the space heating for just to give you a, to address what we've talked about. And I don't think it's in this Word document, but it's in a email I sent to Johnny that would clearly define on the space heating. I'm thinking that we'd maybe do something similar on this water, on the water heating. So because and so I mean, this is where it gets really messy. I mean, it's not really complete and ready.
Okay, so it sounds like you believe it's important for the tag to have this language, to have the language in the exceptions to be brought forward, even if we pass 279 Johnny, right?
Well, I believe there's a work group work that needs to be done with Johnny to kind of discuss through all these issues.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a good thing to start talking about right now, how that would work. So if you want to contact Johnny, is there anybody else who would like to work with Greg and Johnny, if he's willing, on integrating these exceptions into the 279 proposal? I see Mike Kennedy's hand up. Is anybody else, just unmute and say yes if you want to work on that with Greg, Johnny, and Mike Kennedy.
This is Dwayne, yes.
Okay.
This is Kevin, yes.
Okay. All right, we have 5 people interested in that. With that, I think we've made some modifications. I think a motion to postpone this would be in order, but I do want to hear from everybody. Go ahead, Dave.
Hi, this is Dave Price. I'm not on the tag, but I'm the Assistant Chief Plumbing Inspector for Public Health Seattle King County. And I work with a lot of design engineers and contractors to try and understand these code sections. So I just had a suggestion on the first exception, if we're going to add fossil fuel as an option, that we add a BTUH equivalent to the 24 kW. That's all.
No, thanks, Dave. That's good. Sensible. Andy.
Yeah, Eric Vandermeer's proposal 253 got brought up that has some overlap with this one. I just wanted to, and I'm not quite sure where we're landing on approaching this, but he's not available today, but asked me to represent that proposal. I just wanted to clarify that exception 9 language, the first chunk of it is the same. Dwayne just added an additional sentence. And then, so kind of whatever we do with Dwayne's here would more or less negate that portion of Eric's, but there is a second component to the system sizing that we do still need to look at separately. But I'm not sure, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if we're actually looking at those in parallel or if we're going to address them the same way.
I think if there's a work group, and there is, the work group would also consider Vandermeer proposal language and come back with, whatever they come back with.
Okay, so then I guess I would like to just request that proposal 253 be lumped into that that work group pathway.
Okay. All right, I think it's probably the right thing to do would be to make a motion to postpone these until the work group comes back with one or more ideas on this particular proposal. I also think the word conditioned area should be after the fossil fuel service water heating capacity. Well, or rather the BTUH should be before the per square foot. Somehow the square foot should be after both electric resistance and fossil fuel, and I think the work group can figure that out. All right.
Can I ask my question here,
So
Michelle? Is that 24 kW is going to be the maximum electric resistance that's allowed for service water heaters in that space? Is that correct?
That plus 0.1 watts per square foot of the building.
Okay, you're not going to get a gas heater down at that low. We all know that. They don't make a gas heater that's 863 BTUs per square foot. Okay, even, I mean, we could take a small gas heater that might go back down to 20,000 BTUs. Okay. I mean, that would modulate down to 20,000 BTUs, but you're not going to find a gas water heater. So I would take an objection to that 863 BTUs. I mean, we can find heaters that maybe modulate to 20,000, but I don't see that. And I don't see really what the reasoning is for that, because it's just going to bring it up faster and then shut down. Okay.
I mean, the original intent is there's a lot of apartment buildings. Go ahead, Green. Okay. And we're not really, exception one, we added a couple clarifying things, but yeah, I guess you have a good question.
I think a better thing would be
I
the
think what we're gonna
smallest.
do is probably motion to postpone this until the work group comes back with us, and they can take that into consideration, Larry.
So the math is wrong. That's why, Larry, you know what I mean? It's not 863. It should be 81,800 is what the BTUs, plus the 0.1 would be 0.3412. So the math is wrong.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's
that was just off the top of my head. I just put something in there so it wasn't X.
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you.
And that should be in the same area as a 24 kW plus 0.1 watt per square foot, so that it's the same math. All right, Kevin.
Motion to postpone.
Thank you. Do I have
I'll
a second?
second that.
Okay. Motion to postpone requires a time frame. So I'm assuming within your time frame that is when the work group comes back with revised language.
That works for me, yes.
Okay. All in favor of postponing 277 Johnland, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion passes. This is postponed. All right, let's go to the next one. That is 253 Vandermeer, as has been mentioned. So Andy, go for it.
Yeah, well, I guess it's should we postpone 253 in the same way? It's the same modifying exceptions language.
You want to make that motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to postpone 253 on the same time frame with 277.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on this? All right. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay. We are up to 232 Rosenau, and I know Lisa's not here. Did anybody get a nod from Lisa to present her proposal? Okay, then that means we will be moving on to the next one, which is 162 Price.
David, you're up.
All right, thanks everyone. So for some background on this, the reason I submitted this code change proposal is because we've had a heck of a time trying to enforce exception number 1. It seems to be based loosely on a 2018 exception for the Seattle Energy Code, which had a certain kW per permit, which was enforceable. But by going to a per building, when we have a multi-tenant building, it becomes almost impossible to administer, especially existing buildings. If a new tenant wants to go in and use this exception, then they have to somehow survey every other existing tenant to try and figure out how much kW is already being used in the building and how much is left for them to use. So after talking to the technical channel for the Washington State Energy Code, they had said that it's up to the jurisdiction on how to enforce this. Some jurisdictions were saying it's 24 kW per tenant space. And we also suggested maybe we apportion out a certain percentage based on the floor area taken up by each tenant space. And the technical person said that was also a viable method. So based on being the last day to submit code change proposals, this seemed like the simplest way to handle it. So this is what was proposed. After talking to Dwayne, he mentioned that if we did this proposal, you could end up with a potential building with, a high-rise commercial building with a tenant per floor, and you could have a building with hundreds of kW in that building. So for Dwayne's opinion, he thought that this was against the code intent. And, if we want to change it to a portion per tenant space based on floor area, that's fine with me, but we need to, do something to make this something we can enforce. Right now, it's just not written in a way where we can enforce it on a multi-tenant building.
Thanks, Dave. Good ideas. This could also get a motion to postpone as well and be kicked to the work group if that's what the tag wants to do. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, wondering if it would be a friendly amendment to modify this as we did the exception 1 in Dwayne's proposal. That is to add in fossil fuels and different units of allowances.
That makes sense.
No exception taken.
Yep.
We just have to work out the numbers, but
Yep. Shailesh.
Or this could move to existing building because if it is a brand new building, Shell and Core should tell us whether they want to use this exception to what level. And for the existing building, it could be an issue of how much they have utilized by other tenants and so forth, other building areas, and what's available. So for new building, if this language is used for new building, new construction, and not an existing one, then we don't have to worry about on an individual tenant spaces.
Thanks, Shailesh. Greg.
So I was wondering if a good way to handle this might be on the words or tenant space and then have a size limitation. Because I mean, to Dwayne's point that was relayed to us, I mean, if you have a bunch of small tenant spaces, that's quite a bit. But if you end up having a large building, you're talking at tenant spaces that are 100,000 square foot each or 50,000 square foot each, maybe that is reasonable.
Or you mean or tenant spaces over 5,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet or something?
Yeah, some number.
50,000 square feet or something.
I don't know if Dwayne has thoughts on that or.
My thought is that the way that's going to make this feasible for Dave and other building officials to manage is just to say that it's permitted to the 24 kW is permitted to be prorated based on building area.
So it'd be like is allowed per building or prorated per tenant space?
Yes.
Okay. Dave.
So one comment on Shailesh's comment, even if we have new construction with set tenant spaces that say the building owner has given a certain percentage of the 24 kW to each tenant space on that initial tenant build out, later down the road when those tenant spaces change hands, there's we don't really have a mechanism to look at that tenant lease agreement and verify that that agreement is still in place, that they still have, you know, say it's 6 kW, a portion to that tenant space, or maybe a previous tenant moved out and they negotiated to have the full 24 kW for their tenant space. It's just not really feasible unless we make this change that we're talking about. And to the tenant space size, if we go the apportionment, then I would ask if there could be some sort of a minimum kW allowed per tenant space, because if we get to something like a 100,000 square foot building and your tenant space is 5,000 square feet, you know, you get 0.8 kW or something like that, which is, you know, basically unusable. So if there could maybe be a 3 kW minimum allowance per tenant space or something, that might be something to look at too. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Greg.
So we don't get bogged down too much, I'm going to motion that we postpone this along with the others, and then we can work out the detail in the work group.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, motion is to postpone and kick to the work group that was just formed. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, thank you, work group. All right, 268, John Lynn.
So this one takes the rest of the state to what the Seattle rule has been for sizing heat pump water heaters, which is to size the heat pump water heater to handle 100% of the demand at 40 degrees and 50% of the demand at 24, rather than the 50% and 25% that is currently in the code.
Thanks, Dwayne. And this is stricken in 279.
Yes.
Johnny.
It also adds, once again, at the request of local engineers, it adds a few exception to accommodate situations that really can't do this.
In your opinion, would the work group also want to deal with this?
This would be something that would be rolled into their, it would have to be rolled into their work.
Okay. I guess let's discuss it briefly and then we'll probably kick it to the work group. Larry.
So Johnny, does this apply to old buildings too, or just new buildings?
This is applies to new systems.
So it could be in an old building.
It could be.
And I wouldn't agree with that. And here's the reason why, Johnny, is because you've got existing ductwork in that building and you can only push so much air through that existing ductwork. And
this is about service hot water, just to be clear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, as I recall, when this language was originally proposed, it didn't pass cost effectiveness tests, and that's why there had to be an exception to allow 50% of the the capacity to be met up with electric resistance or fossil fuel to make it pass cost effectiveness. Has that changed?
So yeah, you're bringing up a piece of history. So when this section was originally proposed for the initial 2021 Washington State Energy Code, the CR 102 that went out had 100% in there instead of 50%. At that point, a third party did a cost effectiveness analysis, and the energy code is not required to be cost effective. It is simply, I'll paraphrase here, but one of the things is it's supposed to be the most cost effective way to get to the energy goals of Washington, among many other things. So that's the cost effectiveness test. It doesn't have to be, this will save X dollars in X years or some ROI or something like that. It's just supposed to be the most cost effective way to get to our goals. Based on that initial cost effectiveness report, which is online, it's on the Building Code Council website. One of the Building Code Council members, the mechanical representative at the time, suggested in the MVPE committee, I believe, that the number be reduced to 50%. And that was accepted by the council at the council level at the kind of final adoption. It wasn't that there was a pass-fail test that it failed to go to 100%. It was that it was felt by the council when they voted that it was an improvement to the code. So yeah, that's my recollection of the history of the 100% versus 50% in that.
That's my recollection too, Shell. Thanks for that history. I guess my question remains, is this the most cost-effective means?
I think that it is. There's a couple factors happening. One is that heat pump water heating systems using CO2 as a refrigerant end up, as far as we can tell, being much more economical than the traditional ones that you had to put in a basement where it wouldn't get too cold. And we're looking at a really good payback on these things. And the other thing to consider is that as soon as you put in both systems, presuming that the other 50% is going to be a gas system, and there will be some interacting controls there, that's increased the cost substantially right there to have a mixed system instead. So I'd say that this is an economical and sensible way to go.
And I can see how this works in a small system, but I'm wondering about a central system where you have.
That's what I'm talking about. Is it would be a central system like you'd see in a big multifamily building.
Gotcha. So what you're saying is the technology has improved in efficiency and in cost, and is comparable or perhaps superior to a mixed system in its cost.
Yeah, I think it's still going to cost. Well, no, it's really hard to tell, and I've never seen a cost estimate that showed what the mixed system is going to be. But there's a lot more complexity there and a lot more equipment to do two systems instead of just a larger version of one system.
The reason I ask is at the time the original language was proposed, you could get a gas water heater for a couple $1,000 that really packed a punch and took a very small footprint. And the heat pump system had to be enormous, lots of storage and louvers and all kinds of gazingas to make it work.
Right. If you're using what was traditional for a long time here was a system that had to sit in a garage space so it could get well ventilated, used a huge amount of area, and had to stay above 40 degrees. CO2 based systems, and now there are, I think, 4 manufacturers that do these in larger sizes, that those can sit on a rooftop or outdoors in a garden area or something, and are much more economical and run like champs down to 5 degrees.
Gotcha.
So per Dwayne's suggestion earlier, if this needs to go to the work group, then our business in front of us might be just to postpone this again. Larry.
We've looked at some of these in our area, and as you go down to 5 degrees, the co-op is like 1-to-1. And so why do that? I mean, why put all that huge cost? It probably worked great over in Seattle because you don't have the temperature drops that we have over here on the east side of the country. But when you get, we had 10 below this year, okay? And at 10 below, the probably thing shuts down, okay? You don't have no hot water. And so that's why I like a mixed system. Get the efficiency where you can, and then back it up with gas heat. Okay, thank you.
Right, and this still does allow a mixed system, and if you want to have something that provides extra heat, supplemental heat for extremely cold days like you're describing, that's still allowable. It just says for the other 99% of the year, you have your setup. Notice that it says set up for 100% at 40 degrees. So your more moderate temperatures, and 50% at 24. That's presuming then that you do have some supplemental heat for very cold days.
Thanks, Dwayne. All right, we're gonna postpone this one, or go ahead, Greg.
I just wanted to highlight that, I mean, you're right, the CO2 systems have ability to deal with lower temperatures, but CO2 based heat pumps are not the predominant technology right now. I mean, we had a whole discussion on moving to A2L refrigerants for that reason. I mean, the Sanco 2s are awesome units, but they're more residential focused. So I do have, but what I would suggest would be when we kick it to the work group, maybe an alternate way that we deal with this is maybe if we leave the thresholds as they are, but then we take the tables, if we have two tables, and then we could prorate it based on what percentage. And that might be a good way for the work group to look at it.
Is that a motion?
Well, I'll make the motion, but first I want to have like Dwayne, is that just get his thoughts if that's a good way to maybe.
I don't know that other refrigerants are still predominant for new construction in Washington State, and those racked sets of Sancos that we had to use a few years ago are pretty much being supplanted now by Mitsubishi and others who have much larger CO2 based systems and are used for large multifamily as a more economical way to go there. So I'm not sure that your premise there is correct. I'd love to see some equipment delivery statistics.
Well, with that, I'm going to propose that we're going to postpone this in the work group, and then we can all look at all the data then together.
That'll be fun.
That sounds good. All right. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Mike Kennedy, go for it.
Yeah, I think it's fairly, I mean, I'm not recollecting exactly how Johnny configured this, but I think the 50 versus 100% thing is a pretty big detail, and it, I think it actually is in his credit calculation in the modeling that is captured. I think it would be really good to get a clear direction from the tag of which way that's going, because I don't know how the work group is going to decide this.
Yeah, the work group is a non-voting, the work group will just come back and hopefully everybody agrees. If everybody doesn't agree, we'll have a couple different proposals, but at least they'll have consolidated several proposals into ideally one or two more comprehensive proposals that address this. So if the tag wants to give direction to the work group, we can, but I think the implied direction is, consolidate these, improve language, and come back with something that, so we don't have to all discuss it. But the work group has no voting, they can't vote something forward or not vote something forward. We'll just hear what they say as a tag, and then we will vote on it. So that's the process. We have a motion, we have a second. I'd like to vote on it soon. Did you have any more thoughts?
Okay. Yeah, just I'm not sure I can participate in the working group, but I guess if the code keeps moving in this direction, I think it's really important that the tag consider adding requirements for how to monitor these systems and actually know if they're working properly. Because in our experience in evaluating and commissioning these systems, the majority of them have pretty significant problems that make them not achieve their anticipated performance. And I know there's discussion of, packaging and skidding and kind of ways to eliminate that, and even manufacturers that do offer monitoring, it's not standard, and neither will be skidding in as far as I can tell in the near future. So the tag should seriously consider ways to implement monitoring capabilities to make sure these systems actually work as expected.
Thanks, David. And nobody is prohibited from being on the work group. So David, if you want to be.
I just don't know if timing is going to work out. So I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you.
You could ask to be included on the emails and then choose to attend the meetings or not. So,
great.
Yep. Okay, Larry.
I would think it would be very important to have variable speed drives on all these compressors, or each at least have staging of compressors here. Because if you're going to size them at 100%, you're going to short cycle those buggers real quick and they ain't going to last very long. So if you're going to size at 100%, then you need to make sure that those buggers can ramp up and ramp down and not just be chugging along and then on, off, on, off, on, off. It'll just kill your compressors. And I think you need to put that wording in there that it needs to have a turn down ratio of maybe down to 25% or something. And so that you protect your equipment here, okay? Because they'll sell you whatever you want. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. To be considered by the work group. All right, we have a motion to postpone and kick to the work group. We have a second for that. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, this is off to the work group. We are now to 254, which is Vandermeer. So Andy, are you covering that?
Yes, yeah, Eric's asked me to speak to this one. I think this should be a relatively straightforward one that we can address today. This is a nomenclature editorial clarification to remove the word thermostatic from the mixing valve requirements and use more general language. Can see there's some additional information there about the UPC definitions for these control valves. But this is just intended to use more general typical language and is editorial in nature.
Greg?
I will move to accept as shown on the screen.
Second, John Lund.
We have a motion. We have a second to approve as shown on the screen. We have a bunch of hands up. So I'm gonna get to the hands. Larry?
Yeah, I can't go along with just the mixing valve. You got to have a way to control that mixing valve. Just having a hand mixing valve in there is not going to do it. That's why they put thermostatic in there, most likely, is so you have a targeted temperature that you're trying to measure. Now, whether you do it with a bulb and build in, or you have electronic control device to do it, but just a plain mixing valve isn't adequate because you're going to have wild swings on your mixed water temperature, and that does not meet the code. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Dave?
Yeah, I was actually had the same thoughts as Larry do. If we integrate this proposal, you're basically allowing a mixing valve that does not compensate for fluctuating inlet hot water temperatures, whereas the current definition of thermostatic valve is a mixing valve that senses outlet temperature and compensates for fluctuation in incoming hot or cold. That's kind of what we want. I mean, if the definition said a thermostatic valve is a brass body valve with a paraffin wax motor in it, then I would say, yes, this proposal makes sense. But given that every mixing valve that's ASSE 1017 certified does compensate for those fluctuating temperatures, it doesn't seem to be a conflict the way it's written right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Kevin?
Ditto. I also, in the first paragraph there, where it says mixing valve, I can see how it says, where is it from? Where's the language? Okay, the temperature set point shall be provided. I can see how that sort of gets to the intent of the code, but the second paragraph doesn't really clearly say that this electronic mixing valve is a control valve. So I don't see the purpose of this change. I'm going to vote against it because, as everyone else has said, you need a thermostatic mixing valve in these situations, or you're going to have cold water and therefore Legionella potential, or scalding water, and that's not good either.
Thanks, Kevin. Greg.
I'll withdraw my motion based on all the feedback. I was too hasty.
Thanks, Greg. Kevin and Greg, your hands are still up. Larry.
Maybe Eric is trying to give him an opening because we have the wax valves now, but we also have a set of mixing valves that are electronic and they're using a thermistor out there. And so we need to probably tailor that to allow the thermistor, electronic thermistor mixing valve. You know, I think we need to probably, because the electronics are starting to come on, but they're extremely expensive. Okay. But they're extremely accurate too. So, so maybe what we need to do is keep thermostatic in there and thermistor electronic mixing valves. If we could talk to the proponent on it, if that would be acceptable to him when we go back. Yeah, because I could see where he's trying to come from. Because if you lock into one type of valve, but now with all the electronics coming down the road, we do have thermistic. They have a thermistor, and they put them down the pipe, and then the electronics mix the water. And it is a great valve. It's just, you just hit a $10,000 mark minimum. So,
Okay.
but we need to have both. We need to have both in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Nathan.
I'm just wondering if anybody knows if we're covered by the second part of the sentence there. In the first paragraph, it says provide a mixing valve, blah, 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 in compliance with the requirements of the UPC. So does that already require it to meet the thermal control issues that we're concerned about? I mean, again, is this like one of those things where energy code should tell us if UPC has it covered? I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm just wondering.
Thanks, Nathan. Dave.
Yeah, I do agree that the first section kind of covers it by saying uniform plumbing code requirements. That would make it be an ASSC 1017 device, which does adjust to fluctuating temperatures. I guess the point is, though, based on the current definition of thermostatic valve, I'm not really seeing a conflict whether it's a traditional brass valve with a wax motor or if it's a new electronic valve. They both adjust the outlet, or they adjust based on the incoming fluctuating temperature. So there doesn't seem to be a conflict with the definition and the way the code's written right now. It seems to accommodate both electronic valves and traditional valves.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, motion to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion to disapprove in a second. Further discussion, Larry.
I think what we need to do is have a clarification statement below both of these, that whether it's a wax type valve or electronic valve that has a thermistor in it, that both of those qualify as a thermostatic valve. I think that would be, as long as it's meeting those requirements, I think that's good. But just to have a mixing valve is not. Okay, thank you.
So it sounds like the problem that this is trying to fix is that there are other mixing valves other than thermostatic mixing valves, and that's what it's trying to bring into the fold. Andy, do you have anything to say in defense of this before we vote on whether to disapprove it or not?
No, I don't, and I apologize in advance to Eric if I'm not representing this well. I was under the impression that this was not significantly changing the requirements, but unfortunately, I don't have anything else to add to this one.
Okay, well, if we do vote to disapprove this, we could always bring it back later and you can give feedback to Eric on that and he could possibly, explain how it solves all the problems that Tag brought up or not, if we wanted. All right, Shailesh.
I think if the other valve functions same as thermostatic valve and provides similar saving, it should be accepted as an alternate. So even if it does not spell out, but the functionally and energy wise, it's doing the same thing, we should not be having a problem accepting those.
Okay, we are going to vote now. The vote is to disapprove this proposal. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay,
I'm gonna abstain.
okay. We have an abstention as well. Okay, this motion passes. The motion was to disapprove 254 EVM. We are on to 236 Andrews. Larry, you have the floor. All right, Larry. You have the floor.
Yeah, sorry. When I looked at the pipe charts that are in this code, the minimum pipe size is 1/2 inch in the Uniform Plumbing Code. And there's a reason for it. It's so you don't wear the pipe out. Okay. And so I think that, and I put 12 feet here. I asked for 15 feet a little bit ago because the sink took an extra couple feet to get there. But 12 feet is more than adequate, because if you got, otherwise you're going to have to loop the pipe up in behind the lavatories. And it could be in a big building. It could be a 2-inch pipe, or you're going to run a branch in another pump. And if you're within 12 feet at 4 feet a second, it takes 3 seconds to get hot water there. And you can't use those piping charts. I mean, those piping charts are illegal. You can't put that size of water pipe in. It's just not legal. And there's really good reasons not to, because you don't want the pipe to wear out.
Yep. So Larry, I just want to be very clear on the code proposal here. There's a section C404.3, which is efficient heated water supply piping. And you are saying we should strike C404.3 all the way to C404.2.2.1.
I think that's the chart. I was meaning the chart.
Okay, the chart, which is C404.3.2.1.
Right.
Or C404.3.1.
It's C404.3.1.
Okay, so in that chart, there are nominal pipe sizes, volumes, and piping lengths.
Right.
And are you proposing to strike the whole chart or a piece of it, or?
Well, you'd strike 3/8, 5/16, and 1/4 inch.
And this is C404.3.1 or 3.2.1?
C404.3.1.
Okay, so this is the chart above that.
Right.
And you're saying strike which ones? I just want to see it before we start debating it at length.
I would strike the 3/8, the 5/16, and the 1/4 inch.
And the reason is those are too small?
Those are too small. The minimum pipe size in the Uniform Plumbing Code is 1/2 inch to the fixture. And that's page 21 code table 610.3. And the other thing is trying to get a shut off. That would even be that you could get for something like that. I mean, there's nothing made. I mean, you could possibly run your 1/2 inch into the wall and then stub out with a 3/8 iron pipe nipple to a stop and then go up to your supply. Okay. I mean, I believe that is permissible, but the pipe going to it needs to be 1/2 inch so you don't wear the pipe out. And you need to keep in that velocity. You know, you would want 1 fixture per 1/2 inch. You could pick up 2 to 3 on 1/2 inch line. Okay, but you don't want to reduce to 1/4 inch. You don't want to reduce to 5/16. And if you want to stub out with a 3/8 iron pipe nipple from out of the wall, they do make a 3/8 iron pipe stop that would go to a 3/8 OD supply tube. Okay. And then I really want you to drop back to 12 feet bare minimum on that distance. You're talking 3 seconds to get the hot water there. Okay. And so you think a big building and you've got all
So
kinds of
Larry, now you're now talking about a different proposal, right?
Well, no, I mean, because in there it talks about if you read all this and your mixing valves and your supply and it's telling you how to do this. And I think you could strike all that and just put a maximum distance of 12 feet. Okay.
Okay, I just want to see the code language that you're talking about. I see right now, I see the gray stuff on the screen would be stricken from this. And regarding the 12 feet, that would be in,
Man,
that was something we talked about.
maximum allowed pipe length method 404.3.1, and you'd strike all of that and just put in 12 feet.
We'd strike the whole C404.3.1.
And just put 12 feet there. I mean, that follows the uniform plumbing code, you know?
Okay, so I just want to see what Larry is suggesting. So this would be stricken, and the first 3 entries, 1/4, 5/16, and 3/8 would be stricken from the C4 4.3.1 table. Okay, thank you, Larry. Dave.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to mention that we do see a lot more 3/8 inch runouts to certain fixture types with the maximum gallon per minute of a lab faucet now being 1.2 GPM. That's only 2.5 feet per second in copper type L3/8. And it's also below the velocity limits for hex 3/8. So using Appendix A of the plumbing code, that is an allowable pipe size for these smaller load fixtures. So I would say we should keep the 3/8 at least. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Kevin.
Yeah, I'm struggling to get to through some calcs here on the velocities on these various pipe sizes. But I am noting that for copper, 5 feet per second is recommended for hot water as a max. So I'll be back. I'm just doing some calcs here.
Okay, appreciate it.
News earlier.
And then Larry, what did you think about the 3/8 inch? Based on what we heard from Dave.
How would you size your fixtures in the fixture chart then, Dave? I mean, for the individual fixture, like I said, you could stub out your 3/8 nipple, put your supply stop on it, and then feed your appliance. But there is no sizing for 3/8 pipe in the wall. Okay. If you look at the chart that I gave you on page, it's table 610.3. If you can find a 3/8 listed there, you're doing better than I can. And there was a time where we had what they call a mana block system, but the mana block system is going to use more water and hot water, and that was an engineered design system, and I don't even think you can get it anymore. That used to use 3/8, because when you put that mana block down in the basement and then you string up 2 flights of stairs to the individual fixture, you've used a lot more than what you would have with a good recirculating hot water system that's insulated. And it's got a sensor on it. So when it shuts down when the water drops down to about 115 degrees and then comes back on. You know, it gets up to 120, shuts off, drops to 115, then turns back on. I don't know how many periodicals have written that that system is the most efficient hot water system available. But what I'm worried about is those lines in the walls and all the insurance claims that you're going to have over the time. And that's why we've kept to that 1/2-inch pipe size. Okay. And you do need to meet the copper charts on the velocities. You wouldn't want to put too many lavies on a 1/2-inch line. And because when that water, when you open it up, it's going to run through there at whatever it can do. Okay. It's going to try and do it. And if you got 65, 70 pounds water pressure, you can believe you're moving more.
Okay. So I guess what I'm seeing is for a lot of pipe stuff, we rely on the plumbing code and not on the energy code. This is the energy code we're talking about. So just because the energy code suggests that something is possible doesn't mean the plumbing code suggests it's possible. However, if the plumbing code suggests it's impossible, I don't know why we'd have it in the energy code. So I don't know that we need to discuss all the plumbing things today. This is an energy code. There is a proposal on the table. Kevin was taking some time to do some calcs, and maybe we need to take some time to think through this now that we see the code language. But I'd like to hear from Dave. Go for it.
Larry, the chart is A105.1 that does include 3/8-inch copper tube, type M, type L, and type K. So it's not through chapter 6. Chapter 6 tells you you're allowed to use appendix A for your sizing. So if you wanted to use appendix A, there is a 3/8-inch option. The 1.2 maximum flow rate on lavatories gives you 2.5 feet per second in hot water, type L copper. 5 feet per second is the maximum recommended, and 5 feet per second would give you up to 2.4 GPM. So you're looking at, a number of lavatories. So this really, is for if you're running a recirc loop and you branch down with 3/8-inch or branch up with 3/8-inch PEX or something like that from the recirc loop, or in say a residential unit where you have a PEX manifold and you want to run a 3/8-inch run out to a separate fixture, as long as that fixture is flowing 2.4 GPM or less, or I guess in PEX tubing, it would be a little bit different than that. But the point is it's within the velocity limits, and it's allowable by plumbing code.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dave. Okay. Well, the other thing I'm seeing is if we strike out C404.3.1, we're essentially also striking out the entire table, because the table is under the section C404.3.1. So I guess we can't both keep the table and strike out the entire section. So this isn't
well, drop the table, the quarter, and 5/16 at least.
Yeah,
I mean, I
can
can
keep the language C404.3.1 above it.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe we need to unstrike C404.3.1 if we're going to keep the table. Does that make sense, Larry? We can't have the table without the language above it.
Well, can't we delete part of the table? Can't we?
Yeah, we can delete part of the table, but we have to keep the language in C404.3.1. Does that make sense? The language in C404.3.1 allows the table to be used.
But maximum pipe length, you see, that's where I'm.
Okay.
I have real reserves of running 3/8 line on a recirculating pump.
No.
And the reason why is you have chlorine in that water. Okay. And those things.
Well, this is the energy code.
Right. But the energy code has got to work in the plumbing code. I mean, it's got to be workable. Okay.
Yep.
And you don't want to have, we've had tons of lines, recirculating lines, wear pinholes in them even PEX, and now the PEX industry has come out and said that you got to drop your velocities down to 2 feet per second. Okay.
Well, that should be in the plumbing code. That's the rules that plumbers use to select equipment and select pipes and size pipes and all that. So the energy code only regulates the energy use of those systems. So
but you can't have something in here that's gonna be detrimental to the plumbing system.
I
Okay.
agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we need to keep C404.3.1. If we're going to keep the table. Go ahead, Kevin.
There's my mute button. Just noting that this language essentially comes out of the IECC, and I think the key phrase in the paragraph above the table is from the nearest source of heated water, which would be a water heater, a recirculating hot water line, or even I think a heat trace line counts for that. So we're not talking about these aren't pipes that are recirculated. This is from a source to the fixture. And just to critique the ICC for a second, the paragraph above talks about the maximum flow rates shall be this and that. I don't know how you're supposed to adjudicate this as a code official. You're going to look at length and you're going to make some assumptions about pipe drops and things, but you're not going to know what these flow rates are. That's directions to the designer, but yeah, I just don't know how this can be properly adjudicated. But
I feel like we've spent enough
our
time on
charge
this
today.
that we either need to kick it to a work group or dispense with it in some way.
Yeah, I agree.
And we need to
I'll
work
kick it
group in one-on-one.
to a work group, and maybe Dave and I and a couple others could take a harder look at this. I just don't want to have I don't want to have buildings that have got these systems in it that are going to fail.
All right,
Period.
if we're going to have a work group, let's have a work group, and
therefore,
want to make a motion to postpone this?
Yeah,
Kevin, is that yours?
motion to postpone until a work group has a look at it.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
Nick Massey, second.
Okay, thank you. I do want to ask who wants to be on the work group. Just unmute and say your name.
Larry
Larry
Price.
Andrews.
I'm happy to work with Larry on it.
Okay. Larry and Dave. Okay, so Larry and Dave, if you don't have each other's emails, contact Krista and you will get each other's emails, and we'll put this on the agenda in the future and have your response to that. Okay, and please use very specific code language in your revised proposal. Okay, all in favor of the motion to postpone until the work group gets back to us, say yes.
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 Yeah.
Any
Yes.
opposed, say no.
No.
Yeah, we have one no. All right, we are off to 174. Why don't we take a 5-minute break until 10:18, and then we'll come back with 174, John Lynn. All right, see you in a few. Moving on to 174, John Lynn. So Dwayne, you have the floor.
Thank you. 174. Oh, am I on the right one here? So this is the one that says, once again, coming from current Seattle code, says that you got to use the plumbing codes of Appendix M, otherwise known as the water demand calculator, when you're you're calculating your load for R2, so that multifamily occupancies for purposes of pipe sizing. And since there was anxiety with our engineers when we were first introducing this, we said, okay, you could do that, and you could still go one pipe size larger than would be determined using Appendix M. And that, involved also a couple of adjustments to the efficiency measure credits, which will get rejiggered anyway. But the interesting thing about this is that it's a win for everybody. It reduces construction sizing has often been extraordinarily oversized over time, and recognizes, because of diversity factors, that you don't need to get quite so huge. It saves money on construction. You end up with smaller pipe chases, a lot less pumping, and a lot less heat loss.
And who's oversizing all these piping?
Pardon?
Is it common for engineers to oversize piping? Or
well, the tradition, and this is coming from a non-engineer, so maybe Mr. Price will want to weigh in here, but the tradition over time has been to use Appendix A, which has been in place since our grandparents were plumbing engineers, or great grandparents maybe, and that resulted in far more usage than is necessary. Also, the state of Washington requires use of high efficiency, lower flow showers and sinks, and that makes it possible to use this across the board. Other states that don't have that mandate might not be able to do this. So here's something that for once reduces construction cost, reduces energy use, reduces space usage, and is a great deal. In fact, I would entertain a motion from anybody to not include that thing that says you could make it one pipe size larger, because that's not even. As some recent research that Ecotope and others have done recently shows that even with the Appendix M sizing, you're still probably looking at triple the actual need. With that, I'm good to move forward.
Was that a motion to approve this, or?
No, that was just my intro speech, but sure, we start off motion to approve.
Is there a second for the motion to approve?
This is Luke, I second.
Okay, thanks, Luke. All right, Dave.
I just wanted to mention, Dwayne's right. Usually the standard calculation methods, they're a little bit easier to calculate, but they do oversize the systems. I would caution against removing the one pipe size larger, because the way it's written is you would be based on max velocity, and sometimes you have a maximum pressure drop that you're also designing to. So I think that extra pipe size is definitely needed there for designer to be able to accommodate for pressure drop in the system.
Thanks, Dave. Kevin.
Yeah, this was just discussed at the IECC HVAC and water heating subgroup, a proposal to basically update the calculation method. So as Dwayne indicated, might even be some people's great-grandparents, because in the 1940s, a fellow named Hunter came up with the Hunter's curve, and that's how piping systems are sized, and things have changed a lot since then. And yeah, pipes do tend to be oversized. So there's merit to this proposal. And my only question really is on the efficiency measure credits. I think that's going to need an energy model to get that to where it needs to be. I don't think we can just guess at 10. And what was my other question about this? Sorry, just a moment. No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, and it is my assumption that we will ask a third party to remodel all these credits. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was wondering, how does this impact when they do a partial build out? Like, let's say if they build out part of the building and then they want to have supply capacity for the future build out, does this limit them from doing that? I mean, I guess it depends on if you're doing home runs for a lot of the build outs, then that wouldn't bother it. But if you're talking about if you have a trunk and you tap off of it, would that be a problem?
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're talking about they've got a system and they've got phase A they're building now, and then a few years later they're going to build phase B and extend the system. Is that right?
This is specifically for R2 occupancies, just to be clear.
But still, we deal with phase permits all the time, and if there's a grand plan to get more water to a future addition, nobody's stopping you from that.
Okay, so you would envision that this wouldn't apply to phase construction, or we would have to, or do we need any language in here for phase construction for?
I don't have any such language, and I'd be reluctant to go there right now. I don't know that that would seem to be a one-off issue that would happen rarely, that code official would deal with on an individual basis.
And then the second question I had is, so this just talks about demand supply piping. I mean, I see the value in not oversizing your hot water piping, but I don't see the harm in oversizing your cold water supply. Is it worthwhile to just denote that this is for hot water requirement? Because there isn't any energy efficiency problem with oversizing your cold water, is there?
Well, no, but it's just so inane that people would, and this is the reason that you have to have this as a requirement, is because it's tough to move the whole design and construction community out of the way they've done things since Grandpa opened the office in '49. People want to keep doing things the same way, but there's no reason to dramatically oversize anything. So I'm saying use Appendix M for your pipe sizing, and that would include both. I would you could always propose, I guess, some amendment to say only for hot water piping, but I think that's unnecessary and is leaving us back in this sort of dark ages of massively sized plumbing systems.
Well, I mean, I assume chances are, if people have to size it for size M, they're probably going to just size both that way. I mean, would it be a friendly amendment just to specify hot water, just we can reference its because that's the only energy issue?
I would not consider that friendly, no.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. One question based on what you said, Greg, is water supply. I'm assuming that is the domestic water supply and not like hydronic heating or cooling supply. Maybe that's obvious.
Supply of dwelling units.
Well, this is C404, so it's got to be surface water heating, so it's domestic.
Yep. Okay, so it is inherently domestic. Okay.
Yeah, and then I mean, essentially, cold water supply. You're not worried about heat loss that you're losing of hot water sitting in the pipe, so that's why you wouldn't really. There's no energy efficiency component to that. Hot water is where the concern is like you've got to wait for the water to warm up and waste all the water down the drain, or if it's sitting in the pipe, you're just giving off hot water in the. So that's why it makes sense on the hot water side.
Okay. Well, yeah, when a motion is made, one could make a motion to include hot water or not hot water.
I think there already is a motion made.
So where are we at here? I mean, so I can understand the hot water side of things, but I'll tell you, the city of Spokane, depending on what type of occupancy they're going to have here, they're going to give you a certain size pipe, whether you want it or not. Okay. And the reason why is because of all the failures they've had all the years, and they've learned from their failures that they don't have problems with the certain sizes of pipe that they give you from the street to your building.
So is
Okay.
that different than Appendix M, Larry?
It's even different than Appendix M. Yeah. And if it's, I think it's 1 inch and under, you're using type K copper, and then beyond type K copper, over 1 inch, they're using a 2 inch, the black plastic water service pipe. And then if you're beyond 2 inch, then they're probably running steel or ductile iron in there. Okay.
Wait a second, Dave, would this impact the line from the utility pipe in the street to the building?
Yes, it would change your calculation for maximum GPM on the service
Right.
line.
And the reason for that is the city, they're not going to carry every one of these sizes. It's the same like for a Vista. A Vista doesn't carry all the gas pipe sizes. They carry a certain set of them, and that's it. And it's more than adequate. And there's no reason not to. I mean, because they can buy at a higher quantity and get a cheaper price. Okay. And then the other thing is Dwayne, you don't realize on the cold water pipe what's going to happen outside for irrigation that we're going to use off of that pipe. Okay.
Specifically says supply to the dwelling units. So you don't have to worry about the irrigation pipe.
Yeah, but you do in Spokane. In Spokane, we supply the dwelling units with the size for the irrigation. And then we branch off in the dwelling units to the irrigation. Okay, because we freeze over here. Okay. And that's
this is water supply of dwelling units.
Right.
So I don't think one would consider.
No, I do think that, Shell, is because maybe as I'm going along and I'm going to have my valves and stuff on the north side of the building and the water comes in from the street. Okay, so we're going to run a trunk line all the way to the back of the building to supply the water for the irrigation system. And as we go along, we're going to pull off our cold water supplies as we go along, especially in a duplex. Okay. Because in a duplex, we're not metering water for each one. We're only metering water
This code does not impact duplexes. This
Yeah.
is not the residential code. This is the commercial side of the energy code.
Okay. But that's what I mean, Dwayne. We don't know when we're getting out there what we're going to do. And they're going to run it the shortest way they can from what it costs. I mean, you're not going to go dig around the whole outside the building and bring your irrigation system up there. I mean, you're just not going to do that. Okay. And there's reasons that we haven't changed all this stuff. Okay. Because of the failures that we've had with all these new materials. Okay. And there's a lot of research going on right now to kick back on reducing the size of the pipe so much, because we don't want the pipe to wear out. And one of the main reasons is because we got chlorine in the water and how it affects the plastic pipe. Okay. It does. The chlorine. And in fact, I can remember in the gray pipe, you had chlorine at a certain point, it ate it out in about 5 or 6 years. Okay. And they don't have the gray pipe anymore. Okay. But PEX is the same way. They're finding out that when PEX first came along, it was used for hydronic in Europe. And then the United States started to use it for domestic water. And then we started having failures with the PEX. And it was because of the chlorine in the water. And depending on
I have a question, Larry, which is, so we have Appendix M in the Washington State Plumbing Code, but is that just an optional appendix?
I've never used Appendix N, and I looked into my book and I couldn't find Appendix M in my book. So I'm kind of flat-footed here right now, because I'd like to see what Appendix MC says. I mean, I can't see it in the IATMO code. And I've got the training manual, the illustrated training manual sitting right here in front of me. And so I'm not sure what you're really talking about. And I'd like to have some time to review what Dwayne's talking about. Maybe he has some good ideas here.
All right. That sounds good, Larry. Kevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the issue of planned expansion or future build out. Regardless of the sizing method, as a designer, I would specify the expected load to justify the size of the pipe upstream. So I don't think that's an issue. I think that can be incorporated into design drawings very simply because you have to do it anyway to size the pipe. So you convey it not only to the code official, but to whoever picks up your design afterwards. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Dave.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on a couple of things. So the cold water addition, there is some impact on water age and Legionella concerns. I know that's not an energy code issue, but as far as energy savings goes, there is sort of an indirect effect as far as the materials, the transportation of the larger pipe, the larger insulation you need when you're insulating a larger pipe. So there is some kind of second order effects on the energy line. And then to Larry's concerns as far as adding irrigation loads and things like that, the way that Appendix M works, you add those loads separately. So you would calculate your dwelling unit fixtures. It would give you a GPM for that. And then you would add separately whatever your irrigation load is or other process load. And then because you have a GPM and not a fixture unit value, you can select your material sizes based on a velocity limit. So the material degradation is not an issue. That's all.
Thanks, Dave. Greg.
So I was thought came up was about Uponor makes a fire sprinkler system that actually ties to your domestic cold water lines, and they don't have Legionella in it because they made sure that when you install it, it actually drains it and continually drains it. So if we were to implement this for both cold and hot water, would that then mean that the Uponor's fire sprinkler system that ties into domestic cold water lines can't be used? And I'm just clarifying, is the Uponor system is different than it's different than a lot of the other fire sprinklers, because usually there's like a backflow valve and you don't mix your fire sprinkler water with your drinking water. But Uponor has one where he specifically intends to actually, everything's rated for, all the devices are lead free, and I mean, everything's rated for domestic hot water, so that way you and that's a cheaper way to go. So I mean, wonder if that might be a good reason to really just limit this to hot water. And then I mean, assuming that most designers are going, if they're already doing the work to size it for hot water, then they'll probably do cold water also. But
That's a question to Dwayne, I'm guessing.
yeah.
No, I still think that this whole bunch of concern and argument is kind of absurd. I'm sorry, but we don't have any such issues coming up, and it is we're talking, this is sized based on research that shows the actual flows in buildings as opposed to what was presumed in the past, and there's nothing saying that this is sizing for the demand load of water supply to dwelling units, not anything else. So if there's some other load, that would be in addition to this. I think these concerns are speculative and misplaced, and I wouldn't personally consider any of them as friendly amendments or need or reason to modify this.
Yeah, I'm very, I mean, I'd be very supportive of the hot water, specifying hot water. I'm just nervous, I mean, I'm nervous, and maybe some of it's misplaced, but I'm nervous about, going beyond and applying it to cold water when I don't see a link to energy efficiency and I see potential pitfalls. But I'm supportive of your hot water.
It's Greg. Larry.
Yeah, Greg, there's also Rahal and Wurzbo. They were together, or Uponor, Wurzbo, Uponor, they're the same thing. But Rahal was the dominating factor in Europe. They both came from Europe. They were from the same company, but the Rahal system has the Everlock system that I've never seen a leak on an Everlock fitting. But in the sprinkler side game, they start out with 1 inch and they can go all the way to, I believe, 1.25 inches. in these systems, and they circulate around the house. And so that water is always moving to prevent Legionella. And you don't want to have any extra stubs sticking out to speak of because of Legionella. And but you gotta, sprinklered homes would be a great thing. And and I believe I've never heard of a sprinkler home that had a death. Okay. And so if we can move people into systems like this, we would save lives. Okay. And that's the whole idea by doing this. But then you got to have the size of the pipe to do that with. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is only the demand load for the water supply of dwelling units within R2. Dave.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I think the type of flow through systems you're talking about are 13D systems, and those are only applicable to 1 and 2 family dwellings. So it's not really applicable to the commercial energy code side of it. When we do have those combined sprinkler systems, then we require that the system be designed for the higher flow of either the fire sprinkler system or the plumbing system. So you're covered either way.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, we have a motion which is to approve this without modification. And we're ready to vote. I see no more hands up. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
I'll abstain.
Okay, we have one abstention. All right, motion passes. So 174 Johnlin is approved. We are off to 269 Johnlin. Wayne has been busy.
We're not going to follow it.
Okay.
Okay.
269 Johnlin, go for it.
So this one, you know what? I just discovered that, I thought I was actually adding some stuff here, but I'm really reorganizing. So the idea is that I've redone the table here. Could you scroll to the table? That's the essence of this. And that has I have lines for 105 to 140 degrees. If you look on the water temperature column, and for 141 to 200, I did not put a line in there for service water heating over 200 degrees because it seemed absurd. But I also have the on the far left column under location, you see circulation loop piping that is not in partition, and then below you see circulation loop piping that's in the partition. And you see, so what I've done is I've taken what is actually already in this draft. If you look at, where do we go, 269. There's a section we've already put in there. Where did it go? That has that says that you have to add that extra inch in the circulating loop, but you don't have to. There's an exception from that says you don't have to in the if that's in a partition. I just lost that reference.
It's on the screen now.
There we go. 404-731. That's already in there. That is very hard to find. That's like a long ways away from the existing table, and was in the way we had it before. It was a footnote in the C403 table that this C404 referenced, and basically nobody's going to find that, and it's going to be this perpetual problem. So I put that requirement into the table so that you can go and look at it. The first, if you go back to the table, that first large line on location there, if it's the circulation loop piping and it's just running along the basement ceiling, in there, it's not inside a partition, that gets that extra inch of insulation. And if it is not in the partition, then it's all other piping. So all other piping means piping that's not the circulation loop. It's the runouts to the individual fixtures. Those do not require that extra inch. And then you go down, if it's in a partition and it's part of the circulation loop, once again, you don't have to have the extra inch, but if it's, and same for if it's in the partition, and it's just part of the runouts. That applies, what I said about not needing the extra insulation if it's in a circulation in the partition, applies to piping that's less than 1.5 inches. When you get up to fatter piping, then in fact you still do have to apply that insulation. So anyway, what I've done is I've taken what's already code requirements and put them into the table where everybody can see all the requirements all at once. And this is in current Seattle code.
Thanks, Dwayne. And so the section C404.6 was significantly modified in the integrated draft to include some calculations. And your proposal doesn't affect the calculations, right?
No.
They're just are they an outcome of the calculations basically? Or is that?
No, this is just putting all these different rules into one place where you can see them at one time.
Yep. So we have table 404.6.1 in the integrated draft, and this strikes it. It had 3 lines in it, and it replaces it with more lines in the proposal. Okay. Kevin.
Yeah, a couple of questions on. I'll start with an easy one. The exception 4 was stricken.
Yeah, I thought we had already stricken that in the state code, but there's a different way that people not in Washington State do demand recirculation systems, which is to simply dump when the water gets below a certain temperature, to dump that warm water back down the cold water supply piping.
Yeah.
And which is absolutely insane because you've got all that thermal energy that you're now throwing away. And
potentially scalding people too.
Well, and when people turn on the cold water tap, they're getting this lukewarm water. You could see how people would love this system who wanted to save money. But we haven't allowed it for as long as I know in Seattle, and I thought we'd already removed it from the state code in the last code cycle.
Yeah, that makes sense. And what I was envisioning was, at least the way I've designed this, is you have a cold water line coming into your hot water system, and then you have your hot water return teeing into that. And there's a section that could be cold, could be hot, depends on what's going on with that recirc system. So I think and to my mind, you're addressing that particular leg, which, yeah, let's insulate that. And then in the table, when you say in partition, I'm assuming you mean a non-exterior wall. Is that right?
Yeah, partition is different from a wall.
And is that defined in the Washington State Energy Code, or is that a building code?
Take a look at footnote A right below there.
Oh. Gotcha. So in other words, you're not being exposed to extreme temperatures. It's going to be a conditioned space.
Right.
And I wanted to add also just a note of merit that, yeah, circulation loops burn a lot of energy. A lot of systems it's typical for a third of your hot water load to be in your circulation loop, which is nuts. So anything we can do to help that, I think, is valuable. And what you're saying, Dwayne, though, is that these are all requirements distributed throughout the code. You're just organizing them.
That, yeah, at first, actually, when I did this, I thought that I was I was adding the requirement for the extra insulation, inch of insulation in the for the circulating loop. But
yeah,
that got actually picked up out of Seattle code and put into the national standard and kind of came around into our draft there. So it's already it's already a requirement. So it's really, this is a no cost change. But along with this, we would strike out that other section 404.731.
Okay.
Deal. So a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Larry.
Okay, so Dwayne talks about the pump that's put in to recirculate the hot water, and it dumps down the cold water line. I've never seen that done on new construction, but where that comes into effect is like ADM milling that has 10 floors, and the original piping was put in 1945. And so what they try to do, what was told to me and what we ended up doing was we did put that recirculating line in so they could have the temperature of the water that the health department required. And the way it works isn't like you talked about. Underneath that sink is a T valve, okay, that does connect to the cold water. And it puts through about 1/10 of a gallon a minute, if that. It's a very small amount of water that goes through that. It's through a special fitting system, and it gives the ability in existing buildings to get them hot water where they need it to meet the health department codes. Okay. And it is a valuable tool to use. I've never seen it like on the toilets and stuff. I mean, it might get the water up to maybe 70 or 80 degrees, because I was very concerned about it too. But then when we started looking the cost to bring that additional line back throughout this existing building, the cost was absurd. Okay. And this system does work for those. And I think we need to allow
Would that be exception 5, Larry? I'm just trying to get this back to code language. Would that be exception 5?
Piping in existing buildings?
No, sorry.
It
Yeah,
does. I don't think so. But I think in existing buildings, we need to do this. Okay. We need to be allowed to do it, because if the health department comes in and says, hey, we got to have these temperatures up higher, this is an
Larry,
economical
specifically,
way.
are you talking about the strike through of 4, or are you talking about what?
I'm thinking we need to put an additional one in there that in existing buildings, as required by the health department, that type of system could be put in. Okay.
What that is, whether there's insufficient space, is that the challenge?
Well, I mean, it's the cost to go in 10 stories with a pump system, then insulating it all and getting them to meet a requirement. I mean, we're talking $20,000 here or more.
Okay, Larry, if you want to come up with a code proposal that would do what you're saying, I don't want to write it on the fly. I think that's.
But he says he doesn't want to have that there at all.
You'd be free to craft some language and propose it to the tag, but I don't want to write the code language.
Okay.
Now in the meeting, but if you send the code language to Krista or me, we can discuss it at the next meeting.
I mean, there's valid points for using it at certain points. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, write it, send it in. We'll talk about it. Mike.
Yeah, in the table, I just wanted to suggest changing the wording. it starts off with circulation loop and all other piping in the first two items, and then it's in partition in the second section. It seems like it should be not in part, the first two should be not in partition circulation loop and not in partition all other piping, or the bottom one should be the opposite.
I like that. I would say let's change the top two. That's a good one. So it would now say not in partition circulation loop piping and all other, and not in partition all other piping.
Okay.
Might have the same footnote as in partition. And then I also wanted to comment that this would apply in a partition, would include the wall between semi-conditioned or even low energy space and heated space, I believe.
You can see why I'm a little worried about that, because those are walls that are insulated for space conditioning purposes. So I would, for now, I would just leave that footnote 8 to have this apply to just partitions with conditioned space on both sides.
I have a quick question. Is partition, is that a defined term in the code? Like I've generally heard that, and I associate that with like an interior partition wall. But is that defined anywhere in, I'm pretty sure it's not in the energy code, but is that defined in like the building code?
I could check quickly, but that's the terminology having before my energy code years always used was a partition meant that you're partitioning one space from another.
Yeah. There's also a term demising wall.
But that's where you're changing,
a very specific
partitioning
term.
off one tenant from another.
Yep. I think it's a reasonable term to use. Not everything needs to be defined, and I think it at least describes a condition.
Yeah, it's not defined in the building code, so it would just go to the dictionary definition.
And I think the footnote explains a little bit more about that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We have a motion to approve as modified. We have a second for that. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Dwayne. 269 Johnlin passes. We are on to 278 Johnlin. And that's the last one in C404 that we're talking about today.
Right. So 278 mostly it is, most of the language is clarifications, but the substantive issue is that it adds a requirement for a variable speed pump, and it exempts R and I occupancies, so residential and institutional occupancies, from the requirement. This was the variable speed pump. I've been hearing now that it's just not a significant cost issue anymore, and it's very common and is essential for energy conservation. The reason for exempting residential and institutional occupancies is that there are people who need to take a shower at 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever. There isn't like it's unlike other occupancies where there's definite hours where they're closed and there's no need for that variable speed. So that's it.
Okay, so it's taking the word extended and providing some definition to that, and then a few other things. All right, Larry, go for it.
I don't think it should be called variable speed pump. I believe the correct answer is ECM, motor driven pump. Okay. Because you can have a variable speed pump with standard pump, but what you're looking for is an ECM driven pump motor, and they are more available, and they do use less energy. But that doesn't mean that the pump's going to go up and down. It just means it's the way the motor's built. It's a much more efficient motor. And,
So Larry, could you say the exact terminology again so that
ECM is what they're called. Electrical cumulative.
That would go under number 4.
Yeah, you don't want to say. I don't know why you'd want to have a pump speed up and down anyway in your circulating line. You want it just to trickle enough water through it at a certain speed. And then normally, in fact, some of these ECM pumps now actually have a temperature in there, and it looks at how much, what the temperature is. I mean, they're getting pretty sophisticated, and they're not that expensive. They're a really good idea, and you want to run it as low as you can, and make, because you don't want to eat your pipe out. Okay.
So before we settle on that change, I'd like to hear from other engineers on the call, because I heard what me as a non-engineer heard from other engineers was variable speed circulation pump is the phrase we wanted.
Okay. Other engineers on the phone want to weigh in on that?
Yep.
Kevin.
I would stick with variable speed because depending on the size of the system, you may not be able to use an ECM circulation pump. If it's very large, you will have a variable speed drive attached to your motor, and it will be a variable speed circulation pump. And the ECM is a variable speed circulation pump. So I think saying what you said, Dwayne, captures everything. And then on a separate issue, on the exception, or not exception, item 3, I just would like to change the language a little bit. The terminology of at the end of each riser, I think, is a little odd. I would say something like at each riser, to take out the end of, and if it just said at each riser or piping zone where heating water is returned to the circulation system, something like that.
I don't know about that, Kevin, because I think that's the terminology that I hear used is that you have these multiple loops in it, and you go out to the far end of it, and at that point, you have the control before it returns back to circle through again. So I think the end of riser or piping zone is conventional, sort of intuitively obvious person.
Yeah, it's just not how I would think of a piping zone. There is no end to a piping zone, but there is a point in a piping zone where the water is returned to the circulation system. That's absolutely certain. But whatever, I think folks will get the idea.
Okay, Harshad.
Good afternoon. My name is Harshad Inamdar. I'm a research engineer with Ream Manufacturing, and I agree with Kevin that the term should be variable speed pump. Yeah, just that, I mean, an ECM motor in the HVAC world, at least, an ECM is what we would call a constant torque motor. And then the example that Kevin gave of a drive running a motor at different speeds, that's what we'd call a BLDC, a brushless DC motor, or a permanent magnet PM motor, where the drive takes in AC mains, converts it in, rectifies it into DC power, and then sends sort of a choppy signal to the motor to rotate it at different speeds. But anyways, yeah, so a variable speed pump captures like a lot of different technologies that can like adjust speed to reduce flow. Yeah, so the variable speed is the correct term. Thank you.
Thanks, Harshad. Larry.
I would disagree with you, because you can buy permanent capacitor numbers pumps that have 4 different speeds right on the side of the pump. And that's why Taco and Bell and Gossett call them ECM driven motors on a wet circulator. Now, if we're talking a great big pump that has a drive, that's a whole nother different issue. Okay, but you can circulate 30, 40 gallons a minute through an ECM driven inline circulator, which you're probably going to do. If you've got a big, huge variable drive on a hot water circulating system, I mean, you must be a 50-story building or something.
Or a hospital or a laboratory.
Or, yeah, you could, but I don't think so. I don't think you'll have that big a recirculating line coming back. Unless it's a huge hospital. But variable speed drive in the hydronic industry and is a pump that has a speed selector right on the side of it. And it has 4 different windings on the speed. Okay. And that's what they call a variable speed by Bell and Gossett or Taco and on the smaller ones. So I think that's a misnomer. Okay. Because
is that not a variable speed circulation pump, what you're describing, Larry?
No, it has 4 different windings in it or three to 4 different windings in it with a PC, with a permanent split capacitor motor on each one of them. Okay. And you just switch to the winding numbers and they call that a variable speed because you can switch it right there. But in the wet circulating line, they would call them ECM motor driven pumps. Okay.
Okay.
So I think if you say, I think you need to say variable speed and then maybe slash drive pumps. And I think you have it really covered. Okay.
Variable speed slash what?
Drive driven pumps. You know, a drive, electronic drive on there. Okay. So you can adjust it up and down with your drive, how many GPM and how much head you're going to get. I mean, we're talking huge items here. I mean, but the majority of them out there, you're going to have an ECM pump. It's going to more than cover what you need. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I feel like, I guess clarity could come later. Someone could come later with very specific language, but I don't want to spend much time on debating variable speed versus the other one. Greg.
I was just going to suggest for clarity and compromise, why don't we just say variable speed or ECM circulation pump, and that maybe is a little redundant, but it kind of covers it all. And I think what Larry you're referring to is a 3-speed selector circulation pump, which is different than what I would think of a variable speed, because a variable speed I think would have a VFD on it, but
right.
Okay, a variable speed or ECM circulation pump is what you're suggesting, Greg.
The thing you need to put in there, though, that it's not a PCA, a permanent split capacitor motor. You don't want a permanent split capacitor motor because it's not as efficient as an ECM motor. Okay. Electronic communicated motor. Okay. Thank you.
And you could add that to the end to say that's not allowed. But I mean, on number 4, if you just say variable speed or ECM circulation pump, and that probably would, resolve.
Okay.
Could I ask Harshad what he thinks about that suggestion?
Yes, that's okay. I mean, like the constant torque that I mentioned, it also has 4, 5, 6 speed taps on it. And we select tap, or rather we write in our instructions that the plumber or contractor, they select the tap according to the static pressure that they see. So to achieve the recommended flow rate at whatever static pressure exists in the system.
So you're okay with the verbiage of variable speed or ECM?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. Shailesh.
I would say that variable flow circulation pump, if the speed, if we are getting on the speed and how to control speed, but what we need is variable flow circulation pump. So that will eliminate type of technology, you know. And what we need is a flow rate that can vary depending on demand. Thank you.
Thanks, Shailesh. Dave.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I think this code section is kind of based on the 2021 Seattle Energy Code. And in the Seattle Energy Code, there's a requirement specifically for thermostatic balancing valves, which in that case, a variable speed pump that automatically adjusts speed to maintain a constant pressure makes a lot of sense. But in this version, it's a thermostatic balancing valve or control valve that automatically controls the flow. And if you're using an automatic flow control valve, you wouldn't necessarily want to maintain a constant pressure with your recirc pump. You could just have a constant flow because you're basing your recirc on flow and heat loss calculations rather than a thermostatic balancing valve that adjusts the actual flow through the valve based on temperature. So I'm not sure if the addition of control valve after thermostatic balancing valve plays well with the number 4 to maintain a constant pressure, but that might need some more investigation.
Thanks, Dave. Okay. Anybody want to make a motion to do something with this? Greg.
I was just going to note real quick that some of the variable speed or ECM pumps aren't just constant pressure. Sometimes they do pressure differential on the pipe. So just note that there's a couple different ways they can implement the variable speed or variable flow.
Okay.
Dave, did you have, like, right at the moment, any specific change that you would offer, or you were just worried about that?
I would just say either remove the control valve option, but then that kind of cuts out a number of products on the market in number 3, or in number 4, you could just say a variable speed pump that automatically adjusts speed to adjust to system conditions or design conditions or something like that, that doesn't specifically say constant pressure.
It sounds like we're not completely together on that. So I would suggest we leave the language as it is. And if somebody in the next few weeks comes up with a really good phrase, we could try to bring this back up and make that one little modification.
What if we just say or temperature where it says the pressure?
But then again, you have systems that work on a constant flow rate, so that doesn't really accommodate those systems if you're using an automatic control valve.
I mean, it's an improvement for now.
A constant pressure, comma, temperature, comma, or flow rate? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that would probably work. I'm not sure that a constant flow rate is kind of, you would vary the speed when you commission the system, but then after that, it wouldn't be necessarily automatically variable again. But, you know, like you said, we could move it forward and you and I could talk offline, or we could work on some other language.
All right, let's leave it as is then.
Okay.
For the moment.
Everyone want to make a motion to do something with this?
Motion to approve.
As modified on the screen.
Okay,
Yes.
do we have a second?
Second.
Who's the maker of the motion? Dwayne, right?
No, Kevin.
Kevin.
Okay, Kevin. And Dwayne was the second. All right. All in favor of approval as modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We are now done with the section 404 proposals. We are on to section 405 with 240, and PNNL did this one, but I believe, is it Kevin or somebody is going to speak to this?
Yeah, this is Kevin Rose with Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. I'll just quickly make sure that no one from PNNL is, able to scratch through on the phone before I start talking. All right. Didn't think so. Okay. So I'll be at least kicking off the PNNL proposals that we get to today. We coordinated with PNNL in putting these proposals together. And so I'm going to frame them up, but certainly invite others to contribute where my introducing them is lacking, and appreciate that ahead of time. And since there are a few of these, if it's all right, I'll provide just like a little bit of a overarching framing of these proposals, because thematically they're all pretty similar. And by that I mean they're taking what is coming in the latest model codes, the very latest ones, 90.1 2025, as well as 2027 IECC, which are almost done and being written right now respectively, and trying to bring those in a little bit early here for Washington's energy code, with the overall idea being we've got to make progress somewhere. A pretty good idea is to take the best of what is being vetted or is pretty far along in being vetted at the national code level, and being able to pick those relatively low-hanging fruits where we can. And so many of these lighting proposals are along those lines, picking up what the national code is doing in those latest model codes. So that's the case for this first one, proposal 240, where the topic is occupancy sensor timers, and it's pretty straightforward. It's reducing basically everywhere where that time of 20 minutes is mentioned, bringing that down to 15 minutes in terms of when the occupancy sensor changes the lighting level down to that 50% reduction. So that, according to the testimony of the national of NEMA in the 2027 IECC process, results in a 2 to 5% lighting energy savings by saving the lighting that's on for those 5 minutes. And they maintain that this can be achieved with no additional cost, because the same products that are capable of achieving that 20-minute timer setting are exactly the same products that are capable of achieving 15 minutes. In fact, they mentioned that a lot of these products come out of the factory with 15 minutes as the default setting, and many installations they mention have gone in at 15 minutes unchanged, because they don't have to, because they already comply with this 20-minute setting. So it's a bit of a another one of those rare everybody wins sort of proposals, I think. I'll mention that this is already far along for getting into 90.1 2025, and this is one proposal that has been heard in the 2027 IECC process, where it was just voted on by the electric lighting subcommittee, and it was approved by an 11-2 vote, which puts it in very good position to be included in the 2027 IECC when that's completed. So yeah, this is an opportunity to save energy with potentially no incremental cost that has a lot of national support behind it. If there is interest in this proposal, there are actually some amendments that I could put forward that actually would put this proposal more in alignment with those national proposals. There's a couple of sections that the national proposals go into that PNNL didn't include in this proposal.
Do you have the language, Kevin?
Yeah, I could. I don't have the language itself written up, but I could cite the sections where that same crossing out of 20 and replacing with 15 would happen. And that would be, you don't need to, run to this now, but it's section C405.2.11 and C405.2.12, where those new sections were added in the integrated draft.
Those could be added to this proposal. We could note that the proponent suggested that we include those 20s to 15s in there. when somebody makes a motion, or we could copy those sections into this proposal and do the strikeouts. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to ask, why not also reduce the stairwells to 15 minutes too?
Yeah, I was kind of assuming this section was included because they meant to change it. Otherwise, why include an unamended section?
Oh, yeah, great catch. That was that would align with the changes at the national level, and I would support that change.
Okay, and then you're also saying the CO405.2.1.11 and 12?
Yeah, 11 is interior parking areas, and 12 is sleeping and dwelling units in group R1s and in congregate living facilities.
Would that be too hard to copy in, Krista, right now?
Well, while Krista's copying, I'd make a motion to approve with those two amendments.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second for it. We're all gonna watch Krista copy and paste this in before we vote.
Yeah, and apologies for not catching that in between. It was in doing the prep to pinch hit a little bit for P&L that I caught this morning.
So we're looking for 11 and 12, I believe. I don't see anything in 12 that says 20, but maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's in 12.2.1
okay,
and
yeah.
12.2.2. Yeah, so in those new sections that were added.
I should just put in while we're doing this that I was in a hotel in the London area just a few years ago where the lights shut off 1 minute after you come through and open when you open your door again. And so 15 minutes, you'd have to be amazingly good at standing extremely still to get the lights to turn off in any more than that.
Apparently I'm good at standing still because I've had that happen. Okay, all right. We have a motion to approve as modified. We have a second for it. Kevin, do you have anything else?
Yeah, there's just one more spot. Sorry, Krista, I'm making you do this on the fly. Under C405.2.11, item number 1. That's the last 20 to 15. And thank you very much for accepting this on the fly.
I think it's good to be consistent. I think we'd get a lot of questions if it wasn't.
So the motion is
eagle eyes.
A friendly amendment?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Krista, do you think you've got the 15s and the 20s?
I think that's all of them. Well, within the two sections here.
Okay, great. And we can, this goes through lots of public comments, so there's more opportunity to update it. All right, all in favor of approving this as modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes, proposal passes. Thank you very much for that proposal. We are on to 189 Johnlin.
So this next one, this is C405.2.11, clarifies the application of the leading sentence because there are some parts of the table that would say otherwise. So and moves an existing exception that was under the wrong number up to where it's supposed to be. And that's it. clarification and a correction.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg.
I'll move to accept, but also making the change from 20 to 15 minutes.
Good catch. Second.
All right, eagle eyes. Thanks, Greg. We have a motion to accept. And a second. So we're gonna watch as 20 is crossed out, 15 is put in, and then we'll vote on it. Shailesh.
Do we intend also exception like the one below, like in number 2? Indent, move it little bit inside or?
Well, they'll handle the formatting.
Okay, all right.
I tried to format it, but it just kept thinking I was
Right.
adding another
Right.
number there.
Exception is to number 2, or
Yes.
is that the intent? Okay, yep, just want to have it in the record. Okay.
Right.
All right. Greg, you have your hand up, and Shailesh, you have your hand up.
Oh, sorry, never lowered it.
Okay, no worries. All right, all in favor of approval as slightly modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay. We are on, motion passes. 189 is approved as modified. 164, Johnlin, you're up.
So the first part of this next one you'll see in a second is to kind of clarify the meaning of the first sentence, but the meat of the issue is down there in 5.3, where you see the area, the maximum area for each override switch has been reduced from 5,000 to 2,500 square feet. That means that, because currently you're thinking of an office area at 5,000 square feet with offices. Larry, you need to mute. With an office of say that had a 40-foot run from the windows back to the core, you'd have a space like 125 feet long and 40 feet wide that's all under one override. So this cuts that in half. Still, you're going to allow an area that's like 50 by 50 for each override switch.
That sounds great.
Well, then you're going to make a motion, won't you, Margaret?
I'm sorry, I forgot my mute was off. Yeah, I could make a motion to accept as written.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I had one little suggestion point too, which
we need a second before we can.
Yeah, I'll do a second.
Okay, we have a second. All right, Greg, go for it.
So I think this is great. The only question though is on the 25,000 or 2,500 square feet, do we need an exception for, let's say, a really long corridor or something like that?
That'd be a really, really long corridor.
It would be. It'd be. I'm trying to rack my brain for. Is there any situations where that was?
We did a corridor in the Hyatt Regency downtown below grade that was, 12 feet wide and, 250 feet long or so. So that it exists, but it actually had an L in it. And
I'd suggest that's okay if that was split into 2 and part of it turns off.
I'm okay with that if we want to just leave it as is written. I was just trying to think through all the edge cases, as engineers usually do.
No, that's good.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor of approval, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, 164 is approved. We are on to 165. Also, Dwayne.
So this is aligned with this. And by the way, these are things that have we've had in our code in Seattle for a very long time. But this puts a further restriction on the maximum size of a daylight zone. And it says that it can only be 60 lineal feet of facade. And the reason is that if you have a large building and the whole length of that is, less than 2,500 square feet, but longer than 60 feet, you run more and more of a risk that the daylight controls that part of that facade is in shadow from a neighboring building or tree or whatever, and the other part is in sun, and you're getting the wrong daylight control for a large space. So we figured 60 feet. That is what is that, like eight office cubicles or something like that. That's a long enough chunk that you don't want to go beyond that.
Okay, and yeah, so there's a clarification or a revised code section earlier, and then there's 60 feet of lineal responses, and then a list of 30-foot candles.
Oh yeah, that's right. The 30-foot candle part, I forgot we add on that. That just right now, the way the code is set up, it says you have to have daylight controls, but it doesn't even give a starting point. And a lot of people would just put them in however they came from the factory. So we said, well, just the initial setting would be either 30-foot candles, or if you've actually done a calculation, no more than 100%, 110% of that aluminum level.
Is it 30-foot candles of direct sunlight, or?
That's what it's sensing is happening in the room. So it's not necessarily direct sunlight. It's more like the daylight just coming in. But
so if there's more than 30-foot candles of any kind of light, it would
start to back off. Yeah.
So if the design of the space is for more than 30-foot candles, what would happen?
If you've designed it for a specific thing, then you can set that set point for 110% of whatever your aluminum level is.
Okay. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah. If you go back 30 years and you're still doing manual drafting, you'll need that.
I gave up my drafting board about 10 years ago.
Oh man.
No, it's all been.
I just don't see any hands up. So motion to approve.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Luke, I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Is there further discussion? All right. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? I want to hear more yeses. I heard like one yes, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, muted.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion passes. 165 passes. We are back to PNNL with 239. And at 11:45, we're going to take a 15-minute lunch break. Around 11:45.
Okay. Once again, Kevin Rose from NIA. So proposal 239 is regarding horticultural lighting. This again comes from the National Model Codes, specifically Addendum BZ, if you will, for 90.1 2022. You can also find it in proposal CE 111-24 for the 2027 IECC. If you have access to those and wanted to sort of look at those and do your own research in addition to what's provided here. So this proposal increases the efficiency for horticultural lighting by 31 to 47%, depending on what the baseline was before. It sets the same, it streamlines the requirement somewhat by setting a consistent requirement, and there's actually a simplifying proposal that could be made here with the language because it sets the same numerical requirement. But once again, I'll wait to see if folks are interested in this proposal or not before getting too deep into that. In that proposal, CE 111-24, they provided some additional data beyond what is provided in this proposal. Pretty similar, but some additional refinements, which I'll share some of the high points of. As of 2023, they found that 1,070 of the 1,379 products on the DLC listing would comply with this 2.5 micromole per joule requirement. That's 78% of products available. And again, that's back in 2023. And they also found that depending on the intensity of the operation, they found a 3 to 5 year simple payback for this measure. And I'll pause there.
Thanks, Kevin. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to say I'm generally excited about this. This is, it feels like something that we tried to do last cycle and didn't quite get there. I did want to clarify, just in the ASHRAE process, this is still in public review. It has not been adopted into 90.1 yet.
Thanks, Mike. Dwayne.
Yeah, I actually challenged Mike Meyer on this and said, what are you doing 25-30% increase? This is, but I was convinced that industry is on board now, and this is going in not only at ASHRAE but into California Title 24, and before we had left it at those lower numbers, largely because we wanted to continue to include the double-ended HID fixtures, which some growers were swearing was necessary for their very special effects they got, and that seems to have like vanished as LEDs have gotten to provide more sophisticated lighting, color, and so forth. So I think I was brought around to being a proponent of this.
Thanks, Dwayne. Margaret.
Yeah, we wanted to, then maybe I guess a friendly amendment to this to just clarify that this is horticultural lighting in greenhouses and controlled plant growth environments. And in both of the places where that greenhouses shows up. And then that makes it very clear that that's different from the, well, I guess that other one goes on to the decorative lighting thing that Dwayne has proposed in a different amendment. But just to add that controlled plant growth environments to that definition or to those sentences, in addition to greenhouses.
Okay, so you're saying add specific language to two pieces of this: horticultural lighting and controlled
plant growth environment.
And could you explain why that's necessary or what the difference is?
Yes, I'm going to read you what my lighting designer says. Where it says, okay. This is fine for greenhouses because we can use naked LED horticulture lights. Where it gets problematic is where it says for all other horticultural lighting. For example, in spaces like the aquarium, the zoo, botanical gardens, like science centers, butterfly exhibit at the spheres, or the spheres, where we need optics to focus the light, it's currently impossible to meet that 2.5. And so the other proposal, this is a little confusing. I think it's overlapping with Dwayne's proposal also, but the 1.4 threshold for spaces where plants are for decorative purposes, that clarifies that, but this greenhouses and controlled plant growth environments are defined by the Energy Code under definition, so it helps to clarify that the 2.5 micromole per joule requirement is specific to those kinds of spaces. Then the other amendment of 1.4 for decorative plants is more clearly applicable.
If you don't mind my butting into add to Margaret.
I'm confusing two things, but since it sort of applies,
right.
I thought I'd
but
bring it.
Greenhouses, what you've seen there, these glass enclosures to protect plants, and the controlled plant growth environments are where most of our indoor grows are. They're warehouse spaces that are completely windowless, and so controlled plant growth environments should be italicized in each case. Sloan Ritchie, you are unmuted. And that this just, I think it's a good change because it clarifies we're talking about greenhouses and those warehouse situations.
I'll also
And-
note
and
that if,
it excludes the decorative lighting because those are not controlled plant growth environments.
Right.
okay,
So that's
Since
your separate amendment.
since this has 2.5 for both, it seems like we don't need to differentiate between them. It says 2.5 micromoles per joule for horticultural lighting in greenhouse controlled plant growth environments, and not less than 2.5 for all other horticultural lighting. So it seems like we could have less text here and it would be clearer because we're using the same number.
Yes, you could just have one phrase that said 2.5 units and for both, which is what it says right there, greenhouse and controlled plant growth, and then you don't need another one.
If you didn't have it,
So we're not going to be clear, we're not going to regulate all other horticultural lighting.
I have a separate amendment about that.
well, it does say currently and not less than 2.5 for all other horticultural lighting, which is it's part of the proposal. We can strike it.
I think that should be stricken because we all other includes those decorative things at the zoo that were just being mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're suggesting we strike and not less than 2.5 for all other horticultural lighting. Okay, Irina.
Sorry, I was just gonna say that same thing. I think this is for lighting when the lighting is intended for the plants versus when it's intended for the people. So I was gonna suggest have that stricken, and you just did that. Thank you.
Okay.
Should we strike it or leave it at 1.9?
I think that outside of, so the way that I distinguish this is like controlled environment, agriculture, or plant growth environment, however it's phrased here.
You'll see
It's
this next.
almost like an industrial process where the lighting is intending to help the plants grow in some way or mature in some way or do a certain biological thing. And then everywhere else, we don't need to be using kilomoles per joule. We can use lighting designed for human eyeballs in the terms, the units that support that.
So the very next one that's going to come up deals specifically with those other kinds of plant growth areas.
Okay.
Okay.
Greg. Okay, we have a modified proposal on there that eliminates the and not less than 2.5 for all other horticultural lighting, and we added and controlled plant growth environments, which is a defined term. Okay, is there a motion?
I was just going to motion that we accept as modified on the screen.
Thanks, Greg.
I'll second.
And we have a second. Okay, Irina, you still have your hand up? Okay. We have a motion to accept as modified. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes.
Shell, before we break, could we do this next one, which should be really fast since we're on the exact
Sure.
topic already?
Let's do the next one and then we'll break.
So this next one allows
Sorry to interrupt, but I need to step out, so I'll be back after the break. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Irina.
This allows a lesser standard for decorative lighting, and I tried to word it such that it's specifically for places that weren't used for horticulture. That we're still using the PPE because, as we said, lumens are for humans. That lumens per watt doesn't really do anything for plant growth, but this allows much nicer colors and presentation than the horticultural lighting would allow.
Okay, so this is I'm trying to, so there's two pieces, right? There's an exception in highlighted, and then there's a number
There's
10.
something further in the total connected power where we had an exemption that said task lighting for plant growth, which was kind of a strange one, but that's been modified to make sense and get the two to work together.
Thanks, Dwayne. Mike.
I guess given that we just struck the provision for all other horticultural lighting, do we need this exception?
Well, it's not just, notice that it's not an exception there, that first yellow highlighted space is not an exception, that is a requirement. So we've gone from the situation where people were applying, I've heard some code officials were trying to apply that horticultural lighting standard to decorative plants in your office lobby. And instead, we have a standard that's much easier for people to meet, but it's still a standard. It's not just saying there's no requirement.
Okay. A motion?
Motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, I heard a motion from Dwayne to approve. Is there a second? I don't hear a second.
Margaret, do you want to make a second?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I thought I had Margaret as a second.
But I did it.
We did. Okay, sorry, I didn't hear. Okay. Mike, you still have your hand up? Let's go to Kevin.
So I have a friendly amendment. Instead of luminaires used for the growths, I think we should just say
thank you.
growth.
I meant to fix that typo. Yes, take away the S from growths.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Good deal.
Okay. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes as modified 167. Thanks, everybody. I will see you at 5 after the hour at 12:05. We are on break. All right, welcome back. We are going to move on to proposal 291 from PNNL. Larry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I had I sent some information to Krista, and I think it's so important that we need to get a clarification on this because variable speed and ECM variable speed, the ECM motor is 85% more efficient than the plain variable speed motor. And the documentation is in front of you. And so a variable speed ECM motor is electrical communicated motor, and a variable speed, if you just say variable speed, that's a permanent split capacitor motor. And if you look at this documentation, 85% is worth fighting for, and that's why I'm so adamant about this. So if you just put variable speed in there, you could have a permanent split capacitor pump motor and do that. And that's not what we're trying to get here. We're trying to reduce energy. And the ECM variable speed motor is 85% better. And I think that's worth fighting for. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. So this is, I'm trying to remember which proposal this is.
It's one of Dwayne's proposals.
It's 278.
278. Yep. So it's 278. So,
and if you go to the next page, that gives all the specifications.
Yeah. And I guess the language that you're looking for in the proposal is we can
We
go
need to
back to
tweak it.
But we
Yeah.
need specific code language that would, what would we do? We would strike something or add some words or something?
I think you need to say variable speed ECM. And then I need to think you put a slash there, because then I don't know if the larger motors are, if they're electrically communicated motors or not. And I would need next week to figure that out. And I
Okay.
can, but I know that they're taking a motor and then they're putting a drive with it, and they're picking up efficiency. But I
Okay.
don't know if the motor is different too.
That sounds great. Why don't you come back with some specific language for this next week? Or 2 weeks from now, on the 28th, which is when we're
Sure.
going to meet next. If you have specific language, we can have a motion to modify it. And but I just want to see that specific language so we're not, debating
Right.
it for 20 minutes. Does that sound good?
That sounds great.
Okay, thanks,
And
Larry.
and I just, Krista has it also. Everybody can see where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Okay. So we did not have a motion or vote to take that from our approval list and modify it. So I don't know if Greg and Dwayne, you have
I just
comments on?
I just wanted to say that if we're bringing that back up,
We're
we
not.
do need to put it back on the agenda, because there are a couple engineers who were on the call earlier that are not
Yep.
now,
We
because they were
will
just
put it on the agenda when we bring it up. So once Larry sends in some language to Krista, we'll put her on the agenda for the meeting after that. Greg.
I was just going to clarify, as I believe the confusion's coming is when you're talking about small motors versus large motors. So, like your large motors, I mean, you're probably talking about putting a VFD on it, and that's what the terminology everyone's used to. When you're talking about your small motors, I can see where Larry's, concern is he's talking about a little selector switch that changes the speed, but it doesn't, which is a different system. So I think that's where the confusion is. And so
Okay.
maybe it's just a terminology thing that.
Feel free to reach out to Larry. We're not talking about that proposal right now. I
Yeah.
don't want to spend time on it, but if you want to reach out to Larry and provide your suggestions, feel free to do so. And if you don't know how to reach out to Larry, you can contact Krista and she will connect you. And that's for anybody in the room that has suggestions for Larry and that specific language. All right, we're on to 291 PNNL and Kevin, I think.
Yep. Kevin Rose with NIA be introducing this one as well. So this proposal, like the other ones, is based on national code activity. Unlike the other ones, this is not to advance stringency. At least that's not the intent. The intent is to just sort of make updates that reflect the movement of the lighting industry to LED. So this is related to Addendum CK of 90.1 2022. And so as you can see, it adjusts some of the terms in the equation for how you calculate interior lighting power density. So for those ballast lights, this the main thrust of the change is to sort of provide more modern, more up-to-date ways to include, and now I have to make sure I have the terminology right, because this is outside of my direct area of expertise, but remote set ballasts, or apologies if I have the terminology incorrect. It's correct in the proposal. Doing so also per Mike Myers, the lead proponent on this, avoids a potential exclusion of OLEDs from how this language was written up. And so this language overall intends to just be more modern, more inclusive, reflecting lighting technology upgrades. And then for the track lighting term, Mike Meyer provides some information on that. His documentation, his reasoning statement indicates that it despite what it might look like, does not incur a change in stringency. You know, it has to do with, you know, how much lighting is provided. That's frankly something that I'm personally not capable of saying. Yeah, I can definitely confirm that myself. Would definitely defer to the expertise of others, you know, on the tag and on the call who you know, design lighting. But yeah, the proposal is just to keep up to date with the newest 90.1, and you know, as similar to what Mike Kennedy said on the previous proposal, this is very far along with being included in the 90.1 2025 standard, but is not, you know, hasn't been fully approved yet. Nothing really has for 90.1 2025. So just wanted to be transparent about that. That's it.
Thanks, Kevin. There's some basic English that's a little bit lacking here. It's not a good sentence structure. BLL for luminaires incorporating integral remote ballast, transformer or driver. I don't have an immediate correction for that, but it's not a good sentence. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, so you could just eliminate the word for at the beginning. That would
The
work.
for is in the all the other variables.
Oh,
So
okay.
I was thinking, shall basically you want to say, you know, after driver, comma, ELL shall be one of the following. Or
Or well, it could instead of shall be one of the following.
Use one of the following maybe instead of shall be.
Shall provide one of the following,
or what if it says use one of the following instead of shall be?
I would say provide instead of use.
Okay, provide one of the following.
Yeah, instead of shall be.
So delete be and shall and put provide. I think the word shall is not necessary based on the sentence.
Yeah.
Or the rated wattage of the lamp shall be one of the following would be another way to say it. The rated wattage, the wattage of the lamp shall be one of the following. I don't know. Mike.
Yeah, I disagree with that, Shell. I think the whole point of this is to get away from that. I will say that the item 2, it needs to be a word the between be and field adjustable. The last bit of item 2. And then I actually disagree with the change to 10 watts and lineal foot. The 16 was calculated based on the number we had previously, adjusting for LED lighting, the previous number. We've always had higher numbers than the national codes, and ours is actually based on some, and at this point, very dated data, but actually some real world data. And the national stuff, to my knowledge, they have never been able to point to it. They'd actually gone out and studied how much lighting was on these tracks.
Hey, Mike, it's a little bit hard to hear you. I think your microphone or your background noise is not very conducive to hearing you.
I can't do much about that. Oh, well, all good.
So what was your, could you repeat your point about 10 versus 16?
Well, the 16 was adopted to account for LED lighting. The previous number, I believe, was 75. And it's based on, you know, field data that was collected. It is old data at this point, but the national numbers aren't based on any data of what's actually installed on tracks. So I guess I'm mixed on this. I'd like to know more, and of course we can't talk to Michael about exactly his basis for this. I've gone around the block with him a couple times on this particular number.
So you're concerned that the actual wattage used in space is going to typically be higher than this assumed 10 watts per lineal foot.
I know that when we did the field data, it was quite a bit higher than what was assumed at the national level. And we increased the values in the local codes as a result. That was a study based in the city of Seattle. So, but I haven't looked at the LED. I mean, the LPDs have come down a lot too. So that's part of what's probably driving this.
Yeah, if the LEDs, they would have much lower lighting. If they're halogens or something, they'd be much higher.
Right. Well, like it used to be 75 watts per lineal foot. 16 was a factor of 5 decrease for the change in efficacy going to LED. I don't know what the basis of that number is, other than it comes from the national code.
And this is just the assumption used in the calculations, not the actual installed wattage. So, okay, does anyone have other thoughts on that?
Well, it's what you have to use for the calculate. It's not just assumptions. I mean, if you put in some of the track lighting now, you've got to account for additional. So the 16 would be more stringent. The 10 would be less stringent.
Yeah. Well, okay, if we want to argue about the 10 or the 16, I think that's a reasonable thing to modify in this proposal if somebody wants to do that. If we keep the 10, we would have to change the 52 watts per lineal meter in the same, just after the 10 to 16.
I'll make a motion to approve as shown and with the modification to the metric equivalent.
So with the 10 and whatever 52 is, multiplying by 3 point some.
Yes.
Something. Okay. All right. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. I don't see any hands up for further discussion. All in favor of approval as modified, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion passes. We are off to the next one, which is 172 John.
I would like to ask to have mine moved to after the next PNL one, 234. Okay. And if that one passes, then I'll withdraw 172.
Okay, let's go to 234.
All right, 234. So this one is regarding the lighting power density values, which probably most, if not all folks on the call are familiar with, because it's a frequently amended code section reflecting the fast pace of LED and lighting market transformation over the past decade plus. But yeah, this proposal, like others before it, seeks to decrease the lighting power density values in the building area and space by space tables to reflect modern LED lighting efficiencies. So Dwayne's proposal does the same, has the same spirit. There's some different methodologies. Michael Meyer describes his methodology in the reason statement of the proposal, but to summarize, he looked at 800 light fixtures, and that data was gathered between 2022 and 2023, and then sort of put them into their categories as they would be in this table, and assessed them, and then picked the mean +1 standard deviation value that results from that analysis, and those are the values that are included in as proposed for the revised LPDs. This does put them as more efficient than the 90.1 2025 proposed values, but that you know is should not be a surprise since Washington has moved ahead of the pace of the national codes on this. For those who are unaware, there's quite a time lag between the data that's submitted to inform the national codes, which usually happens about 2 years before those codes are completed. And then there's another time lag between those when those national model codes are adopted at states and local municipalities and then, you know, enforced. So often there's a, you know, 5-year, if not more, time lag from the data that was used to write the code and then when the lights are actually going into the buildings. So it makes sense to try to use more modern lighting efficiency values where possible to minimize the impact of that time lag. That's it.
Thank you, Kevin. We have Greg.
So I have more of a question for you, Shell. We're supposed to hit that 70% reduction target in net annual energy consumed. So if we make the prescriptive part of the code more stringent, then that means the credits that you would obtain, we wouldn't have to increase the number of credits as much. Is that a correct?
That is a very correct statement. The more we can get into the prescriptive, the less we need to do with the other things. So that would what often happens is we'll get some modeling entity to model the prescriptive and then the C406. I mean, prescriptive and the C407, and you know, figure out how many credits we need to hit the next tier of energy efficiency.
So with that, then I'm very supportive of this. I'll motion to approve this.
Second, Dwayne.
Thanks, Greg and Dwayne. Is there further discussion on these tables?
I would just say in advance of withdrawing my proposal that mine was a more simplistic approach, you know, just reducing interior LPDs by 10%. This gets us to 9%, but through a more careful analytical process.
Thanks, Dwayne. Okay, all in favor of accepting 234, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, 234 passes. And we are back to 172, John.
And I withdraw that proposal.
Okay. Thank you, Dwayne. That means we're off to 246 PNNL. So Kevin, you are up again.
Okay. Proposal 246 is regarding the retail allowance. This is a section of the lighting budget that I think people have some different opinions on. There's frankly less convergence at the national level on this. So with that preamble out of the way, the approach that Michael Meyer took in seeking to increase efficiency here was to maintain Washington's approach and make some careful reductions to the terms as you see them here, which puts us a little bit better than 90.1 2022 levels of efficiency for the retail power allowance, excuse me. That's it.
Thanks, Kevin.
And these are based on the movement for retail lighting away from the HIDs that they used into almost all LED, right?
Was that a question to Kevin?
Yeah. So it's a big jump, but I think it's because the lighting technology just shifted, right?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Of course, I wish Michael Meyer was here to field these questions.
Okay, we'll be there. Lots more time for public comment in the next committee and council and CR 102 if for those not able to be here today. Okay, is there a motion?
To approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second. This is Luke.
Thanks, Luke. We have a motion to approve in a second. Is there further discussion on this 246? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. 246 passes. We're on to 247. And Kevin, you're on the floor again.
Okay, proposal 247. So this is regarding the lumens per watt efficiency metric for lamps in sleeping units and dwelling units, so sort of your residential type spaces. The idea here, or the context here, is that Washington's code is actually, my understanding is it's a little bit behind the national model codes in this respect. And this code, instead of just bringing us up to meeting 90.1 2022 levels, which would be moving from 65 to 70 lumens per watts and 45 to 50 lumens per watts respectively in the two places there. It introduces additional efficiency, keeping in the spirit of Washington's general approach of trying to keep ahead of the national model codes, reflecting that the national model codes can't keep up with the LEDs and the lighting market. That's it for an introduction.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'll move to approve.
Thanks, Greg. Is there a second?
Second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. I see no more hands up. Andy.
Yeah, sorry, I've just got one question. Do we have a sense of, is this restricting fixture types available and increasing cost in any way? I unfortunately don't have notes in front of me from our lighting designers of where they're starting to see cost premiums come into play, but I was just wondering if anyone on the call today can speak to if this is going to restrict fixture selection in a way that impacts construction costs.
What I've got from the people I've contacted about this is that this is just recognizing what's normal now. And for a long time, it was more expensive to get higher performance source in your fixtures, but it just seems to be that every time that they are updated, the manufacturers redo things every 5 years or something on their products, and they just use the more efficient ones. So I'm not aware of any cost premium or any availability problem.
Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Rose with Nia. Yeah, not directly answering the question, but adding a little bit of extra context. There is, well, we're in a interesting federal environment right now with regards to equipment and appliance standards, but there is a conservation standard for general service lighting that takes effect in July 2028, and that's going to increase efficiency levels from the current 45 lumens per watt to anywhere between 92.3 and 124.6 lumens per watt for your, typical, I guess, type A residential light bulb. Those numbers, by the way, I took from the Edison Electrical Institute and their proposal number RE140. for the 2027 IECC. So all that is to say, there certainly wouldn't be going forward if that standard continues and goes into full effect. It would actually outpace this requirement here.
Thanks, Kevin. Greg.
I would just like to note that we already approved the lighting power density, which that's going to force them to go with more efficient luminaires anyway. So we've kind of already, covered that. And then, like everyone else said, there's improvements in lighting technology, and so we're just kind of picking the most current.
Actually, Greg, these dwelling unit fixtures are exempted from the typical LPDs, so they're.
Oh, good catch. But I mean, it keeps it in line with everything else that we're doing, basically.
Right.
And if we have to hit our targets, then we have. I mean, I don't foresee this impacting costs, but even if it does impact costs a little bit, I mean, we have to hit the target. So.
Andy, did you have something to add?
No, I was just going to make the same comment Dwayne did. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. I can't remember. I don't believe we have a motion on this yet.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. Okay. Motion to approve. Okay. We have that. Let's vote then. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. Thank you. 247 passes. It's to 292. Another Kevin one.
Yep, I think this is my last one. So proposal 292, again, based on the latest national model standards. So the relevant 90.1 addendum is AB. The relevant 2027 IECC proposal, where very similar changes are being proposed, is proposal CE 112-24. And what this proposal and those proposals seek to do is update the exterior LPDs section or subsection, call it what you will, of the code. This proposal largely aligns with what is proposed in those changes. I think there are a couple areas of deviation, but based on my look at them, some of those deviations have Washington being more efficient, and some of them I think actually have us being less efficient than what is proposed at the national level. So overall, it's about alignment with the latest, though not yet fully approved, language from 90.1 2025. That includes the descriptions of zones 0 through 4, which is in the table that Krista just scrolled past, and then the lighting allowances themselves, which is in the table below.
Dwayne.
Yeah, you mentioned that there are some that are going higher and some lower, but do you have a sense for what the overall? I thought when I glanced at this, the overall impact was way lower, but is that correct?
Yeah, if the question is, does this increase efficiency? Yes.
Because I don't see any that are hot, that were striking something and putting in something less efficient anywhere here.
Yeah, I may be mistaken, but I was trying to do a crosswalk between the addendum AB values and what's proposed here. Yeah, I think compared to current 2021 WSEC or the integrated draft values, I don't think that there's anything that we can say. So sorry if I created any confusion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, I was just wondering about, so exception 1 was stricken for lighting controlled by motion sensor, which I think at the very top. I think that's good to require higher efficiency even of motion controlled lights, but I'm wondering if it's worthwhile to say maybe keep the exception, but then say they have to meet like an 80% efficacy instead of like 100. And I'm thinking out loud. I haven't really ran any, I mean, looked at any products or ran any numbers, but
To me, that would seem like it would bring way more confusion into the code than just having a standard, which is actually already made up of commonly available fixtures.
okay. Well, I can go with that then.
Kevin.
Yeah, sorry for passing over that first part of the proposal. In the reason statement, it is indicated that motion sensor exclusion was originally related to HID, high intensity discharge lamps that didn't work well with motion sensors, whereas LEDs can easily be controlled by motion sensors.
Thanks. In table C405.3, 5.31, there's a numbering issue with lighting zone 2 in the proposal. I'm assuming that's easy to correct. Are there other thoughts on this proposal? Okay. Don't believe we have a motion yet.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All right, and there's a numbering issue in the table, but I think that can be corrected as clerical. Okay. There we go. In the table, it starts with 5 and number 2, and I assume it should start with 1. All right. All in favor of the proposal as slightly modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay. All right. Kevin, you are off the hot seat. It is to Dwayne for 173.
I never get off the hot seat. What is this? Another thing coming out of the last couple of editions of the Seattle Code that that these 4 commercial food service types of equipment have to meet specific Energy Star program requirements. It is a big deal, especially for the fryers and the dishwashers. You know, those are big energy hogs in food service and have really efficient additional really efficient options in that Energy Star range. And that's it.
Thanks, Dwayne.
Oh, and I should say that would then, this is already a credit in C406. We've discussed it at length before, and this would take away that credit because those would become mandatory.
So this would have to meet the Energy Star program for these. Are these EPCA covered appliances, Dwayne?
No, that's how they got into this list, that they're not in that.
Okay, thank you. Larry.
So Dwayne, what makes them Energy Star like on a fryer? I mean, you got a flame underneath and you got grease in there and you got a hood above you. So, I mean, what are they doing to get an energy? I mean, they all got electronic ignition now. So what beyond that? I mean, you can't make them condensing or.
Yeah, and I don't know the technology, but take a look. The fryers especially have significantly lower energy use than non-Energy Star fryers. So these are whatever the technology is under the hood, I don't follow, but the results are good.
So what the Energy Star website says is the 6 attributes are advanced gas heat exchanger designs, faster temperature recovery, advanced electrical heat transfer technology, fry pot insulation, extended product lifetime, and improved thermostat accuracy. Those are the 6 attributes they say get you an Energy Star, or are indicative of Energy Star.
Thank you, Joe.
Andy.
Yeah, just want to think out loud for a minute about every time that I've worked with folks that are putting in a restaurant space in a TI, it sounds to me like restaurants are a pretty tough business. And a lot of times it might be someone that's upgrading and they're opening their first physical space, but they've already got some gear that they might want to reuse. And they're on a tight budget. Is there any mechanism for reuse of existing equipment, or are we okay opting into, I mean, this would functionally require people to purchase new equipment where they might already have something functional. I just want to think through if that's what we're intending to do.
No, and this follows, basically everything we do, that we're paying more for higher performance gear, and I thought through that concept about used equipment, and the trouble is that there's just no definition. You could simply plug it in and throw in a French fry and say, "Yep, okay, it's been used now." So it's not clear at all how I would define that, and we build lots of restaurants in Seattle, and they're putting in Energy Star equipment.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg.
What if we just left this as a credit instead of a, and we, I see that you have some additional language you put in on the defining the stuff. What if we incorporated that into the C406.2.14 part? And the reason why I'm suggesting that is leaving it as a credit is when we do the calcs for the energy efficiency, if a restaurant is going to have to get more credits, and so this could be an easy credit that almost every restaurant would choose, but if there's some reasons like what Andy brought up that it was not really feasible, then they would have to make up the points elsewhere. And so that'd be a good way to be like a compromise and allow to not, you know what I mean?
Well, actually, that would be just to say, it sounds like you'll just vote against this proposal, because that would completely put it back the way it is now, where it's just a credit.
Well, is there a reason why not to we just update the credit language with some of the stuff? And
as has happened before today, we're moving something out of credit land and into a requirement, so that it gets to 100% of restaurants and not just the few that choose that credit path.
Okay, Larry.
Just thinking about this, I mean, we have a lot of used equipment, people that sell used equipment over here, and they have massive warehouses of used equipment that for mom and pop startups, they're buying used hoods, they're buying used equipment that's been refurbished. I mean, I think maybe over in the Seattle area, you got a lot more money than what we do over here. But to get a restaurant put in nowadays, unless it's a chain or restaurant, it's a struggle. Okay. And to meet all the codes and everything. And I think I like Greg's idea of at least, I mean, otherwise, I'm going to go down and talk to these people. They're going to be at the State Building Code Council and they're going to be screaming because that's where their business is. I mean, retrofitting equipment. And then you got, how about all the walks that come out, that come out of China and stuff that they're not going to qualify, or the commercial steam cookers and stuff. Most of those are sold from China, and and you're lucky to even get a UL label on a lot of that stuff. So I wouldn't be in favor of that at all, because you're going to have restaurant people coming down here like you can't believe. I mean, because it's their livelihood you're taking away from them. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Kevin.
Yeah, I had a question on the economic impact data sheet. There's two different sets of pricing depending on the paragraph. Yeah, the dishwasher's the same, but everything else is different between the two. I wasn't sure what the difference was.
I'm trying to see what you're referring to.
Like top of the page, the $2,800 for the fryer. Bottom, it's $2,200.
Weird. That like okay, now I see what's going on. There was something that was duplicated in there. That would be my fault. It's the figures, the second set of figures that looks like it's closer to the.
Okay.
And that was just, I was just prowling restaurant equipment websites, looking at trying to come up with a difference, and it's tough to generalize because they come in all different sizes and capacities, and dishwashers come in different speeds.
Yeah.
So this was like, I was figuring this is a small restaurant, and they probably, have 3 out of these 4 items, and that would be what's shown there is the difference in cost. So it's costing them an extra $6,000 or $7,000 to move in.
Makes sense. And sorry, I had another question. I lost my train of thought here. Okay, so it's the second group. Which
You want to go to Kim and get back to you, Kevin?
No, I found it. So based on those calculations, it looks like it's a payback of about 7 years thereabouts, which not too shabby. And I realize cost is like saying, how much does a car cost? Yeah. And then as far as used equipment goes, I mean, that is a legitimate secondary market. It's huge too. It's the way most restaurants get started or modify. They go to the used market just because restaurant turnover is rapid, unfortunately, and the equipment is still good. And it's not merely frying one fry and calling it used. That would not damage the price of the goods enough to be considered used. That would be an unusual characterization. Mostly it's, gently worn but not destroyed equipment that doesn't look pretty, but it still works. But that is the entry point to most restaurants when they start up, if they're budget strapped, which is usually the case.
Yes, I have a family that had used restaurant supply stuff in Pittsburgh, but yeah, this and a lot of the equipment, your range, refrigerator, a number of other things are still are not impacted by this, but this would impact a few of them that it looked like there were good Energy Star options to move forward. And yeah, you've raised a significant point, and now you have to decide whether to vote yes or no, I think.
Thanks, Dwayne. Kim.
Yeah, I really like the proposal. I understand the question about used equipment. I think that's valid, but like Dwayne mentioned, it does only apply to a few types of equipment. I was wondering if there could be some exception, and maybe this would belong in Chapter 5, similar to the mechanical equipment relocation exception in Chapter 5 that says you can use existing equipment if it's relocated in the same tenant space, just so that we don't start applying this to remodels of kitchens.
That sounds like an easy add. Although it's probably a little more wordsmithing than Shell wants us to be doing on the fly right now. And you're right. It putting things into this chapter that actually belong in chapter 5 is sometimes not a good idea. So we could start looking at an addendum to this that would go elsewhere in the code.
Okay.
I will make a note of that.
Okay, and I guess I see there's a big reuse market in salvaged and refurbished cooking equipment, and I think that's an important part of the economy, and I support the embodied carbon reductions of salvage and reused refurbished equipment generally, because it's a huge embodied carbon bit. So I would love to see an exception for refurbished equipment in here. Greg.
So, Dwayne, with that, would you be willing to go back and see if you can incorporate that into like the as a credit table, like modify our existing credit? Are you pretty set on this is going to be part of the main code?
No, I'm set on putting it into the main code, and I'm intrigued by the possibility of somehow defining used equipment and exempting it, because after a few years we'll start having this higher efficiency equipment appearing on the used equipment market as well, and can sort of cycle in.
Well, I think, I mean, just as a counterpoint is I think that the having it as a credit already addresses the used market, and then if they have to get more credits, then that means commercial kitchen who's not going to for some whether it's used equipment, then they're going to do something else, like they're going to add extra insulation, or they're going to add hit of better air changes per hour. They're going to do something else. So I mean, for that reason, I mean, I don't want to lock out all the used equipment folks. I will make a motion to disapprove this.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove and a second. We've had a bunch of discussion. I still see Greg and Larry's hands up. Larry, do you want to speak?
One of the things is a holding cabinet. Is that like a make table? Is that what you're calling, where you got your pizza stuff across the top, you make your pizza stuff, and underneath there you have a refrigerated table? Is that what you're calling a holding cabinet? Or
no? It's used a lot for banquet facilities and so forth, that you got hot stuff and you have a place to, it's not time to bring it out to the dining room yet. So
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne.
Margaret.
Yeah, just for what it's worth, I was looking at the commercial fryer page on Energy Star, and they do say energy efficient fryers that have earned the Energy Star offer shorter cook times and higher production rates, so through advanced burner and heat exchanger design. So theoretically, there might be an offsetting value to this for the restaurant operators.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. We have a motion. The motion is to disapprove 173 John Lynn. That's the motion. It's been seconded. So I'm going to do a roll call vote on this, just because I feel like I've heard differing opinions. So let's do a roll call. The first one of the day for this, which is to disapprove. So a yes vote disapproves this.
First and only.
What was that?
The first and only vote today.
First and only vote today, yeah.
Can I add one more thing, Shell? What about giving them a 5-year moratorium, the restaurant people here that have this used equipment, so they can get their equipment sold and out of the warehouse? Would Dwayne
could disapprove, and if we disapproved it, then we could discuss. If we approved it, we could discuss what you're talking about, Larry.
Okay.
So right now a yes vote is to disapprove this one. Let's vote.
Okay, Margaret?
Wait a minute. So if we vote we're having a conversation about some exemption for used equipment. If we vote to disapprove this, we cannot continue that?
No, then we would start, if we vote to disapprove, then it's done. If we vote against the disapproval, then we could bring up a different motion, which I'm trying to quickly write up. the
Okay.
used equipment
Well,
exception.
well, I mean, we're already addressing used equipment in the credit. We're still encouraging it via credit. But if we were to disapprove it, that doesn't mean we can't. If there's some other language that Dwayne came up with and he came back, we could relive this and re-vote on it if there's another iteration.
All possible things to do.
So really
a
nothing is
yes vote disapproves this means we are not likely to consider it again, but we could. A no vote on this motion means we would still keep discussing this at the next meeting. So, okay, so a yes vote is to disapprove, a no vote is to continue discussion or not disapprove.
Okay, Margaret.
No.
Kim.
No.
Dwayne.
No.
Nick Massey. Are you there?
I don't hear you, Nick. I see you though, Nick. We need to move on because I think people are going to drop in 2 minutes.
Sean Vig. Sean is gone. Kevin Roberts.
No.
Greg Johnson.
Yes.
Nathan Miller.
Yes.
Irina R.
No.
Kevin D.
Abstain.
Poppy.
No.
Larry.
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal. Rick, you're muted. Irina S.
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie.
I heard Irina say yes, but faintly.
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't look like Sloan is here. Brett Conway. Doesn't look like he's there either. Luke Howard.
I don't hear Luke either.
Sorry, I think I'm having connection issues. No.
Marcus.
No.
Alessandra.
No.
Okay, motion fails 8-4 or 9-4 with one abstention.
Okay, motion fails 4-9 with one abstention. Okay, so we
Can I
are.
make another motion, Shell, so we could dispense with this, even though we're at time right now?
Yes. Okay. Sure.
Okay, I would move to add an exception to accept this as modified with an exception that reads reused or refurbished equipment that has been in commercial use for more than 1 year.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second. Yeah.
Here we have a motion. We have a second.
So Dwayne, did that saying if it's been used for more than 1 year, the people can use it then? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Well, that seems reasonable.
Okay, try that again, Dwayne. Exception for
reused or refurbished equipment that has been in commercial use for more than 1 year.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a, did I hear a second for this? Who was the second? Kim, were you the second?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. I'm going to risk a voice vote on this. The motion is to approve it with the additional exception for reuse or refurbished equipment. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
Abstained.
Abstain.
I think
Okay,
I'd
we have-
abstain too. I'd like to check with the equipment people first.
Okay. We can always bring this back. Thank you. We just passed 173 as modified and we are adjourned. I will see you in 2 weeks because we have a council meeting next week. Thank you so much for all your time and effort. We got through a lot today. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks,
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.